Hello, it's me, Mayo Hosko, and welcome to my channel.
Hello, it's me, Mayo Hosko. No sugar, no filler, just real whole egg. Welcome back to another Saturday live stream. And in this live stream, I need to finish building a bunch of sets. So I've got the Boba Fett's starship that I started obviously building for May the 4th be with you, and I built some bits and pieces on one of Macro Bricks' live streams. And I got to finish off building this little hover cart right here. I still don't know what it transports because I'm not hip to the jive with Star Wars. And then we've also got behind me, which I need to retrieve, the City of Lanterns. That is an ongoing building project, and we're just waiting for people to get into the chat and into the panel. Let's put the banner up. So, yeah, I've had a very tiring week because of university and work. I've got an assignment that's due in 6 days now, so I'll be putting all of my efforts over there for the next week after this live stream. I've got so much to do for that, and I need to take the time to get that done. Okay, and in 5 minutes I'm going to have to do stuff for Forge of Empires. So, let's go to blend, and let's scroll down to get the background music. Because first things first, I'm going to finish building the Boba Fett starship. Okay, let's get the music. There we go. And let's put this down. Okay. Going to focus on building this until I see some people in the panel or in the chat, and then I'll pay my attention to them. Because for a while now, I've wanted to see what an ASMR live stream would be like. Oh, I see that we have a viewer. Just saw an eyeball pop up on the lives. Nope, it just went away again. Well, that happens. I saw that an elite YouTuber is live streaming right now, so we might have some competition. Arg. Hate it when stuff falls off the table and I can't reach it. Okay, I'm already missing a piece. Supposed to have 6 of the 1x2 grills. It doesn't belong. Oh, there it is. And we have a viewer out there, so whoever you are, please let yourself be known so I can say hello to you. Went away again. It's probably bots trying to come on in and realizing that they're blocked, so they go away. That happens a lot around here at the start of my live streams. And also I think it's because there's a delay. There's a delay between when I see the eyeball and when the viewer actually pops up, which doesn't help. Yeah, now I've got to do forward stuff. Just waiting for people to show up. I should go onto YouTube and see who else is live streaming, so I know who I'm going up against. So I hope everyone's having a good day or night, wherever they are, because I just got out of bed and I'm in desperation of getting this set built together so that I can start planning where I want to put it in my new display. Because as I said on my last live stream, I think I'm going to make an exception in my vintage space display to put this somewhere in my space diorama. I think it's going to be isolated away from everyone else. It's going to be in its own independent area. I might set up a refueling scene, or maybe Boba Fett has just come out of the craft and he's ready to do some peaceful negotiations with maybe someone on the planet where the space colony is mining. Because for those who don't know, the main premise of what I want my space diorama to be is a mining operation. So a lot of the vehicles that I've already built on my live streams, and you can go back and watch my previous live streams to see me be building that stuff, will know that I've targeted my builds towards transportation of cargo or detecting metals and minerals underground where people can't see them. And so I don't just want to have this set on display, because I normally don't buy sets to put on display. The only exception is the Manchester United Old Trafford Stadium, and I was going to buy that set regardless because I'm a Manchester United fan. Woe is me, because of the horrible way that club is mismanaged nowadays. We're not a gold standard anymore. The rest of the fans got to realise that as well. Same thing with the same thing with the New York Giants in the NFL. They got to understand they're not the gold standard anymore. It's funny how it ends up in the world of professional sports. Anyway, that's not what you came here for. So, yeah, it's gonna have a 6-long ladder right here, and we gotta brace that connection. So I'm guessing the front of this is going to be, yeah, correct. The front of it is where is where the pilot stands, and I see we have a clicking cliff. A cliff that you have an invitation if you want to come onto the panel via the live stream game. I'm just toiling away, building the Boba Fett starship, and I'm confident I'll be able to finish this live stream. Okay. And as I said in my and I said we have a macro bricks as well, and I sent you sent you an invitation in our Instagram DMs if you want to come on. Trying to get Boba Fett starship built, and then hopefully make some more progress on the Monkey Kid City of Lanterns. Because I would like to finish maybe bag 3 of the City of Lanterns. And also, I see we have someone in the guest, in the backstage, and it is Macro.
Oh,
and
sorry,
also,
buddy, one sec.
Must be dealing with some technical difficulties or had a disruption. Let's go into the settings for the brand. Let's stop the music because we know that we're going to have someone. There's Macro.
Ah, sorry, Mayo.
Yeah, hey.
There we go.
Did you have a notification that popped up or something?
No, I didn't have a camera set up, and then so I just closed the tab and then shut all the other tabs off before I came back.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my mood just elevated tenfold now that you're in the panel, and Cliff is also in the chat. Now we got three people. Now we've got 3 people watching. And don't forget to leave a like on the live stream to tell YouTube that people want to watch my content.
Oh, let's go back and make sure I did that. Let's see here.
Yeah. And for those who are following me on Instagram, if you were active on Instagram and following me about 12 hours ago, you might remember that I was watching the Nicole, aka Lady Mickwick live stream. Instagram live, and I said in the comments that I've been invited to various people's Instagram lives, but I've never hosted one myself, and so that inadvertently prompted Nicole to ask if I wanted to come on, and so I spent a good 1.5 hours talking to Nicole and someone else. Actually, no, it might have been 2.5 hours. And someone else from the US that she likes to talk to on her Instagram live. So we had some really good conversations, and it was really cool to talk to Nicole face to face for the first time, because we always see each other in the comments of various people's live streams. And and when we started getting friendly in the comments towards each other, I knew that with the power of networking and what is it? Ingratiating myself into the community, I knew that I was gonna make it happen.
Nice.
I was gonna get in contact with. I was gonna get in contact with Nicole one way or another, and then I saw that in that same Instagram live, Greg from London Bricks popped up in the chat, and I inadvertently, inadvertently made a London Bridge start thinking about inviting me on to his live stream when I have enough cachet. So I have a way of doing things. It's not weaseling my way up through the ranks like how other people like to get where they are. It takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of support. It means staying up at night, pulling all-nighters when there's 3 to 6 people doing a live stream all in a row. That's feasibly possible for you to go and watch. So it's like bang, 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 bang.
True words.
Because I remember when Barwick Bakery was doing his 24-hour live stream last weekend, and on that same Friday night, Saturday morning, a graveyard shift, there was about 5 other people doing live streams. So I was like, hey, I'm going to pull an all-nighter, and that's why I was tired as hell when was that? Yeah, sorry. That's why I was tired as hell when I did my last live stream, because I pulled an all-nighter.
Fun times.
Those are the efforts I go to support people who support me, people who are friendly with me, people who accept me in the community, and those who I respect as builders.
RESPCT. Speaking true words and what it means.
Yeah. Click and Cliff still can't believe I'm building Star Wars.
That's mind blown right there. Building Star Wars.
Well, I like to give the people what they want, and we blew 300 subscribers out of the water, because now we're at 350 on the Mayo Hosko.
350. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And so now that we hit that milestone, because I'm waiting for the next round of double VIP points at the Lego store, I've got 2 big sets I want to buy. I've been talking about the Daily Bugle for months now.
Awesome set.
Because I've told the story. It's a Lego store exclusive in Australia, and I'm guessing other small to medium sized countries around the world. Is it still exclusive in Canada?
I have not seen it anywhere else other than the Lego store. It's not in Walmart. It's not in Toys R Us. So it might be. Yeah,
because I think somehow, some way, Walmart USA was able to negotiate a contract to sell the Daily Bugle. So I know that most people in the US got their Daily Bugle from Walmart, which means they paid, I think, $50 cheaper at Walmart than going to the Lego store, because I believe it's a $350 set at the Lego store in the US, but I heard some Walmart selling it for only $300.
Well, that'd be a sweet score.
Okay, now the live stream is bumping because we've got 8 people watching.
Nice.
Everyone, don't forget to leave a like on the live stream to tell YouTube people want to watch my videos. We've also got Johnny G, hey Johnny, and Merritt as well.
What up, Merritt? What up, Johnny G?
If you want an invitation, Merritt, to come on to the live stream, I can give that to you. Oh, we have Daniel Breeder. Now, Daniel Breeder is from He's from the Facebook fan club. So
Super cool.
must have. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Daniel Breeder is here because he followed the link from my fan club post this morning, and Daniel Breeder says, "Hey Mayo, just wanted to say thanks. I was inspired by one of your last videos where you showed you Simpsons Lego character mashups. Afterwards, I went and designed a Simpsons Lego inspired t-shirt. Oh, that's amazing! Amazing! You'll have to show me. You'll have to send me some images of that t-shirt on Facebook Messenger. I'm glad I inspired you to do that. That's amazing.
Nice. Simpsons t-shirt is good.
Yeah, always busy sorting. I remember those days. I need to get back to busy sorting. Sorting is a necessary evil.
Yeah,
I understand exactly what you're going through, Mira, because I spent 2 months doing that same thing. It's a very laborious task, but it has to get done. Yeah, I can't remember when. No, it must have been a live stream. Where I showed off my cursed Simpsons figs. I can get that out right now, actually, because they're just off to my side. I've got a Maggie Simpson. I've got a Maggie Simpson and a comic book guy around here somewhere, but I can't remember what I did with those. They're in my figures collection somewhere. But the cursed Simpsons figs I'm talking about is Bart's head on Lisa's body.
Nice. That's funny.
Lisa's head on Marge's body. And Marge's head on Bart's body. And what was it? Also, I got, I've told some people that I went to the Lego store actually twice in the past week. One was on Mother's Day. Another was on before I went to campus, and now the viewership is just halved, so there must have been a bunch of bots. So I got 2 in the last week from the Lego store. I've gotten 2 Pick-a-Brick cups and 2 Builder Minifig packs. So if I can get this out, come on. Come on. Actually, what I should do is I should pull this out at the same time. Yeah, there we go. There's one Pick-a-Brick cup. And there's another.
Well, they look solid.
Put that bag with the bag collection. So I've got a bag. Interestingly, the store employee didn't put the tape on top. That makes my life easier. So I got a full pab cup of the 2x2 light tan tiles. No, so not tiles. Jumpers for my sidewalks. Because if people have actually watched my city update videos, you'll know that instead of concrete sidewalks, I have sandstone sidewalks. So it's not as dense as I would like it to be because I didn't have time to properly stack it because I was going to campus. But if I shake this, it could have been a lot more. There could have been a lot more air spaces. In comparison to this one, there's a lot less sound from that shaking, which means that there's a lot more pieces inside here. And so, the main reason I went to the store in the first place was because I've been saying the next time they have sand green bricks on the pick-a-brick wall, I was going to go out and buy a full cup. Well, they had sand green 1x6 bricks on the pick-a-brick wall. So
Oh,
I
good
bought.
start.
So I bought enough. I bought enough to fill a whole cup on sandwiched in between two white 6x8 plates.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh,
So I got literally a whole slab of sand green 1x6 bricks.
Oh, work that core. Nice.
So this is just a giant slab
Big
of
old brick.
1x6 bricks in sand green, sandwiched by white 6x8 plates. So if I quickly do the math, and the rest, the smallest piece on the pad wall was the light bluish grey tap faucet pieces. So I was like, score, because I can use this for industrial mocks. I can use this for commercial mocks. I can use it for sprinklings of small details. I can use this for space. I can use this for trains. I can use this for fence details if I want to do. There's a whole lot of different ways I can use these things, and it's a piece that I've been running low on for a long time.
I like that, Mayo. A sprinkling of small details. I like that.
Yeah, because if a red fire, because this will really only people who are subscribed, who are long-time subscribers of Wigzar would understand this reference. But if a red fire extinguisher is a ketchup bottle, a yellow fire extinguisher is a mustard bottle, and a white fire extinguisher is a mayo bottle. Well, is a mayo bottle. Then what condiment is a grey fire extinguisher?
Relish.
No, I think that'd be green.
Cup of cement. Gotta harden up. Drink a cup of
Johnny
cement.
G says Douglas McBricken, can Mayo see me yet?
Douglas.
Yeah, because there's I think it might be a Google another one of the ridiculous Google Plus glitches I have. So Douglas McBricken can comment on my stuff, but I don't see his comments, but everyone else does.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's weird. And but what's even weirder is the Google Plus glitch that has been well documented by both me and Wigzar. So I think this is a good time to tell that story. So when Wigzar was doing lots of live streams in 2015 and 2016, he would always attract a lot of people who would come on and impersonate his moderators and his regular commenters. So I remember people would always impersonate people like Mardi Gras Man 23 and Lego Freak and Foal Man and stuff like that. Well, someone impersonated me and they used profanity. So Wigzar was blocking all those people who were using profanity because he has a no tolerance policy. And so he knew that someone was impersonating me. So he went to, I guess he searched for people with the name Mayo Hosko in them. And so he went around and blocked all those people, deliberately trying to avoid me. So he blocked me, thinking it wasn't me when it actually was me. And so then he reached out to me and, well, when he thought I was an imposter doing that profanity, he said that he never wants to speak to me again. And I was like, oh, hang on, something's gone wrong. But the universe came full circle, and he realized that he wrongfully blocked me. So he reached out to me and he unblocked me, and that's where our relationship really started hitting off. In the past month, or in the month after that, I noticed that, well, because I was wrongfully blocked before we worked all that out. All of my comments I had left on his channel before 2017 were all gone now, and I was okay, technology be technology. But what really frustrated me is when I went to leave a comment on his videos, he couldn't reply to me, and he reached out to me saying, hey, I can't reply to your comments, something must have gone wrong. And I started realizing that before he reached out to me, because I was like, oh, hang on, he's replying to other people in the comments. I know that my comments are worthy of being replied to, and Wixar has done lots of video, or has done a few videos about me, whether it's a Wixar answer thingy question, or it's fan mail, or stuff like that. And so I would leave a comment, he couldn't reply to me, and in the last 2 years, he's commented on me. I can't reply to him either. So it's a glitch that goes both. It's a glitch that goes both ways. And so I was like, well, I don't want to have to put up with this forever. I guess I'm going to have to create an alternate channel just for commenting on his stuff. And so that's where the alternate channel, Mayo Hosko, for commenting on Jabbo channels, was born. That's the origin story of that alternate channel. And then I realized that other people had wrongfully, probably more so their moderators than the people themselves, they had blocked me from commenting on their stuff. So I was like, well, fuck you. I'm not even going to attempt to reason with your scum of the earth moderators. So I created Mayo Hosko !
Tell them how it is.
So I created that alternate channel with the intent of beating the system of the idiots who have blocked me out there. And I'm not gonna say names, but they know who they are. They know who they are.
Yeah, I got some of those people. It's funny.
Yeah, but what I realized after that is, hey, not only can this alternate channel be for that purpose, but people who aren't Lego YouTubers, they might be trained people, or they might be scale model people, or they might be another type of, they might be a sports channel that I wouldn't want to see recommendations for their videos on my main channel, because it's tough to keep. It's when you get over 100 people who you're subscribed to on a given channel, it's hard to go through your subscription box and sort by channel, having to scroll up and down, up and down, up and down. So I realized, hey, to avoid all of that trouble, I can resubscribe to these people on my alternate channels instead, and that'll save me from having to scroll up and down as much. And then when I created my other alternate channel, which is my train channel, something that I actually put some effort into, because it's a channel for uploading. Weirdly, my Mayo Hosko for commenting on Jabbo channel has 7 subscribers, even though I don't make any videos there. And fun fact, Ru La reached out to me and said, hey, do you make videos? And I was like, yes. And then he was like, well, how come I never see them? And so, long story short, he realised he was subscribed to my Mayo Hosko for commenting on Jabbo's channel, thinking that was my main channel because that's what I used to comment on Briggsar's videos. And so I told him, no, my main channel is just Mayo Hosko. And so, yeah, so that's how we established our relationship, because he approached me saying, I've seen your comments on Briggsar's videos for years. And so that's the end of that. Now, I believe Rula is a public subscriber to my channel, which is nice. And I'm subscribed to him, and he does a lot of military mocks in his videos, and he's posted some stuff on there on his Instagram. So that's a plug for Rula. Anyway, yeah, I've gone down a massive rabbit hole with all of this. So that's the story of the Google Plus glitch. That's the story of my alternate channels. I hope I haven't bored people to death.
No, it's a good background story. It's a good tidbit of information for sure.
Yeah, and all of that information is stuff that I need to write up on my website, mayohosko.weebly.com, and mayohosko.weebly.com is the best place for you to get general information about Mayo Media, about Mayo Media, as I like to brand it. Because instead of saying, like, if I'm a guest on someone's live stream, instead of saying, yeah, you can follow me on this and that, I can just say, go to mayohosko.weebly.com. You can find everything you need to know about me, and you can find links to my social media. People don't know that I am on Pinterest. People don't know that I do have a fan club. And also, recently, I have created a Twitter community for the fan club as well. Because I know there are people in the fan club on Facebook that do have a Twitter, like Rick Singh is one of those people. And I follow Rick Singh on Instagram and Twitter, and I'm friends with him on Facebook. But I know that there are other people who are on Twitter and Instagram, but maybe aren't on Facebook. And so maybe those people who don't have Facebook but are on Twitter but want to be in the Mayo Hosko fan club, maybe they want to join my Twitter community. Because if people go to my Twitter homepage, I'm hoping there's a link there should be a link in my bio to join my Twitter community, which is the Mayo Hosko fan club. Johnny G says, Douglas McBricken used to create fake accounts pretending to be you an ABC show. What?
And ABC?
That's not the ABC you're thinking of. There's another ABC. What? Okay. That can't be true.
Douglas! I would have never thought such a thing from you.
That can't be true, because me and Douglas, we're cool. We go back longer. We go back just as long as I've known about the macro bricks.
Oh wow, that's a long time.
Because Douglas McBricken was actually on my first live stream back in the Google Hangouts era, believe it or not. So Douglas McBricken has a special place in my heart.
Oh, that's cool.
So I actually need to go back and watch, or one of these days, Alice. One of these days, I'll go back and binge watch Douglas McBricken's videos on YouTube. I just got done I finally got finished binge watching. Okay, yeah. Okay, Yeah, it was confusing because you didn't put the space between Douglas McBricken and RRB. Yeah, I know all too well about RRB, and I do not want to speak about RRB ever again. and everyone else from that live stream, there are a bunch of people. There are a bunch of people who I don't want to name their names because in that same community there were people who threatened to sue me in the court of law because of slander.
Hey,
So
man,
I like to forget about those days because I've blocked all those people. They're all dead. They're all dead now. They're dead to me, and they're dead on YouTube because they're from a generation that's come and gone. But me and Macro have outlasted them all. Because if I were to list names, in private conversation with Macro, he might pick up on some of them. I don't like to talk about it because it puts me in a dark place, and I hold a vendetta against a lot of those people. So
yeah,
I
there's no point in going back.
I just try not to think about it so that I don't say anything I don't say, so I don't have to come back and say I plead the fifth.
There you go.
Anyway, I'm totally distracted now.
You're a better man than I am, Mayo. I go off on my tangents, and maybe sometimes I name names too much, but I get it all off my chest, and then it's all said and done, and I never have to look back again.
So thank you for the various tangents. I enjoy it when people spark a conversation because they get me talking.
Yeah, it's always good. Okay, now I gotta find all those little hippie pieces, if you will. Oh, here we go. 2, 3. Oh, come on. 4. What do I need?
Also, hang on. Forget if Zissou is in the live stream gang. Let me go and look.
Zissou. Oh, that's not going to be fun to find. Oh, here it is. Oh, let's get it right there. Okay. 5, 1, 2.
No, Zissou isn't in in the live stream gang. Ponderous or pondering Zissou. If you'd like to come on to the live stream, Zissou, if you're out there, I'd be more than willing to send you an invite.
You know what I should do? I should flip this up. Turn this one.
Yeah, I'll have to check out that after the live stream.
There we go. Can see my awesome mess.
So what have you been up to this week?
I've been sorting and building these blue brick sets. It's actually been an onslaught of Lego orders coming in the mail. So the first blue bricks I got had it was 5 of these tankers. So that was pretty sweet, quick and easy.
Oh, Zissou said traveling, so I can't chat. But hello all. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Yeah. If to answer one of Johnny's questions, Douglas McBricken is actually in the live stream gang. So whenever I do live streams, Douglas McBricken is always automatically invited.
Cool.
So whenever Douglas McBricken wants to come on, he'll come on.
Hey, I got one for you, Mayo. Check out the size of this box. not a very big box, right? Here, for reference, I'll put a beer can on it because I just happen to have one of them handy, right? It's empty, don't worry.
Yeah.
So guess how much this box from Lego cost?
Is it north of $100?
North of $500.
Oh, is there some expensive pieces in there?
There is.
Oh, is it for the Black Falcon Army?
Yeah, I got over 100 Black Falcons in here. But the smallest Lego box cost me the most amount of money. Go figure.
Yeah, because
cannon barrels.
Because the minifigs have a lot of value in them for sure. And actually, after I finally finish this set, I've got a package behind me with what I believe is some more Black Falcon Army pieces.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know what they cost down in Australia, but up here in Canada, it works out to about $6.50 per Black Falcon. So
I think it works out to about $6 a piece here.
Okay, man, you're doing better than we are.
So maybe there's a little bit of a price disparity. Or maybe Lego thinks they can get away with charging Canadians just a little bit more, which is bad.
Probably.
It's always bad when a company thinks they can get away with charging more for something. I mean, it's well documented that Lego deliberately charges a lot of money for the Jurassic World and Jurassic Park sets, and people like Clicking Cliff, which if you're still out there,
no.
Clicking Cliff could come on to the live stream right here, right now, and he can tell you exactly how much of a pain it is to pay those prices for the dinosaurs, because Lego gets a huge markup on the dinosaur because they value the dinosaurs very highly, because they're probably making triple their money back on what it costs to mold each dinosaur, because they know that the dinosaurs are popular and fans will buy it no matter what.
Yeah, Lego shouldn't be doing that. Just because you should.
For the collectors of the dinosaurs like Clicking Cliff and Haley Briggs and some of the other peeps out there who have made Jurassic World or Jurassic Park mocks, they definitely feel the pinch at the register. I'm missing a piece. God damn it. Missing a 1x2 cheese slope.
I'm just going to take a quick picture and show Eric how much progress I didn't make here.
Oh, there it is. It was hiding underneath something. Found it. I saw Johnny was talking about the competitiveness of the Victorian market. I think the reason why there's so much competitiveness with Victorian Lego builders is because that's where that's where the Berwick convention is. Is it in the Melbourne Convention Centre, or is it in the Melbourne Crown Casino? Someone will have to tell me that lives in Melbourne. It's in one of those two places. But because you get all the exhibitors, I could only imagine the competitiveness there is with building Lego in the state of Victoria. Hopefully the competition in this state grows as well, South Australia, because now that the state lug is in charge of the convention, they've made massive improvements because they've finally been able to clear their debt, and now they run it as a very successful non-for-profit. And I'm on the mailing list. I'm on the mailing list because I wanna exhibit at the convention in July. I forget. I need to go back to the mailing list to see what they're called. It's not. Yeah, it's the Brixpo convention. Yeah, that's it. Because on my channel, I actually have a playlist of videos that I filmed at that convention, and also in that playlist is videos that I filmed of the Greyhound Park model train convention from anywhere from 2 to 5 years ago.
Do you see Dusty Bricks at that convention?
No, because Dusty Bricks is in the state of Victoria, and I'm in the state of South Australia. I would go to Brickvention, but it's always in a time where I'm enjoying my summer vacation, and also I would rather fly internationally across the Pacific Ocean to go to a Lego convention than I would want to fly domestically interstate to go to a Lego convention.
That's cool.
Because to be honest, there are more interesting people at the Lego conventions in North America than what there is in this country.
There's a big population for sure. Man, this game again.
But if people like Dusty Bricks and Aussie Adam Bricks and Steve's Brick Cave ever want to do a meetup with me at a Brickvention, I'd be happy to arrange something because they all live in the state of Victoria.
How long would it take you to drive to the great state of Victoria?
Well, the distance from Adelaide to Melbourne is 736 kilometers, and it's about an 8 hour drive. That's
a bit of a hike for sure.
To get from my house to the northern suburbs of Melbourne because to negotiate all the freeways and the expressways and picking and choosing between the ones that have the toll booths and ones that don't. Expect to spend just an hour of that. Expect to spend just an hour of that 8 hour journey just negotiating the traffic in Melbourne.
And you guys got toll booths on your highway? Holy cow! What kind of country are they running over there?
Yeah, well, there are no toll roads in South Australia because we don't have an extensive freeway and expressway network compared to the likes of Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane that have entire city loops of freeways, just like the is it the M5 or the M1 that circumnavigates the Greater London area, or the 3-digit interstates that circumnavigate a lot of American cities?
I couldn't tell you, but we got a ring road going around our city, and they talk about putting a toll on it, but that'd be the biggest joke ever.
Yeah, and so in Melbourne, I know that the toll booths are electronically operated, so you have to have you have to have what's called an have what's called an E tag, and you have to have that displayed in your windscreen so that the security cameras can scan that card to make sure that you're not traveling on the toll roads without paying to go on it. So luckily you don't have to stop to go to pay a toll booth like what you have to do in stuff like the New Jersey Turnpike. For
So
example.
what happens if you drive through the toll booth without that e-pass and you just stick the ace of spades over the 2 letters of your license plate? Does that work or what?
Well, I believe Vic Roads will send you a fine for not using an e-tag while driving on the toll roads.
That's why you got to put the ace of spades over the 2 letters of your license plate, because how do they know who to find them? Hey.
Well, in Australia, Australia, it's well documented the license and registration fraud that is a ghost plates. Have you ever heard of a ghost plates?
No, but I've gotten a ticket even though I covered up 2 of my letters. They still matched up the vehicle to the last 3 letters or 4 letters of the license plate, and it still worked out. So I still got the ticket. But
did you get caught for speeding or something?
Yeah, I'm the only guy that you probably ever know that gets pulled over for speeding and walks away with $863 worth of fines.
Well, about almost 10 years ago now, my dad got caught speeding in an area that was once 80 kilometers an hour, but they dropped to 70. And so that was an unexpected change. He still thought it was 80 because there wasn't proper signage. And so he got a $200 fine or something for going 10 kilometers over the speed limit. But my auntie got caught for speeding last year and had to pay a $500 fine, and the fine is stronger because it's in the metropolitan area.
Oof. Yeah, they're trying to change the rules here, to be honest, that they can nail you if you're going 5 over the speed limit. But right now, they can't really pull you over, and the cameras don't go off unless you're going more than 12 kilometers over the speed limit. So in the 80 zone, you'd have to be doing 92. In the 60 zone, you got to be doing 72. So there's definitely a little bit of grace there for sure.
Yeah, and for those North Americans out there and anyone else who uses the imperial system, we're talking about kilometers, not miles.
That's right. 100 kilometers an hour is our freeway speed, which I believe in the States is what averages 60 miles per hour.
Well, because I believe 60 miles an hour is 98 kilometers an hour, but actually I believe the maximum interstate speed limit, it depends which state you drive in, but I believe the majority of the United States, the maximum speed limit on interstates is 70 miles an hour, which is about 114 kilometers an hour. But there's a section in I think there's a section in Texas where the speed limit is 75 miles an hour, which is almost 120. And I believe in states like Montana and Alaska, because the traffic density is very low, I believe some sections of those interstates, the speed limit is 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, ours is 110 up here on the highway.
Yeah, because
100 in the city.
Yeah, because for our national highways in this state, at least, the assumed speed limit, unless otherwise signed, was 110 kilometers back in 2003, but they changed it after that to be 100 kilometers an hour to reduce the accident rates. and
Well, it doesn't fucking work.
that was for. Actually, no, that was for that was for regional roads, and it was only about 5 years ago they decreased the speed limit from 110 kilometers an hour to 100 kilometers an hour for state highways. National highways are still 110, but people still in this state still haven't gotten it through their tiny fucked up brains that you can't do 110 on state highways anymore. And it's why there's been whenever I've been forced to go places in the country, I see more highway patrol cars patrolling a section of a highway, because they know that they'll catch people who still think the limit on state highways is 110 when it's actually 100. And so in my life, I've seen 2 people who have gotten pulled over I've seen 6 people who have gotten pulled over on state highways for going 10 kilometers over the speed limit.
I'm not even going to tell you how fast I go down the highway.
And what really gets me is the biggest freeway in South Australia isn't in the metropolitan area, but it's the main way out of town when going from Adelaide to Melbourne. It's a freeway that travels through the mountain ranges, and it travels in a southeast direction, so naturally it's called the Southeastern Freeway. That's an M route, and M and A routes are all national highways, but all B and C routes are state highways. So you can still travel 110 kilometers an hour on the M routes. Unless otherwise signed, because I think 5 years ago in Victoria they reduced the speed limit on national highways from 110 to 100. So Victoria is an exception now, but in this state you can still travel 110 on national roads. We were traveling northwest on the Southeastern Freeway about 4 years ago now, I want to say, and there was someone doing 120 in 110 zone, and they gradually zoomed by us, and then 10 kilometers up the freeway, he was pulled over by the police.
Yeah, it's not worth speeding unless you got a radar detector.
So he got his just desserts. Anyway, I said, as some of you guys might remember if you've watched my previous live streams, that I have these 2 sand green 1x2 tiles, 1x2 plates left over there. I'm guessing should have been in the build, but I didn't put in, so I've already built it wrong. So it must have gone in the build somewhere, but I can't notice it, so let it be. Anyway, I have finished the set finally, because this is done.
Was that like the stairs to get into the ship?
Yeah, actually, it probably is the stairs to get into the ship. I didn't realize it until now, but that's what it probably is.
Maybe it's.
I thought it might have been used for transporting cargo, but it looks like it is the stairs that Boba Fett will use to get into the ship.
Here, they're not there. They're not there. You're not in there. You're not in there. You're not in there.
Let's do a 360 of the ship.
I don't see in there. There's no 4 in there, and they're not in there. You're not in there. You're not in here. You're not in here. You're not in here. You're not in here. Okay, so let's go through all these bags painfully, I guess. Okay.
There it is.
You're not in there.
Let everyone marvel at its awesomeness while I go away and do something for 2 minutes.
Not in there. Gotta play your Age of Empires.
I've already done my 400 empires, but there is something I need to check on there. Oh, hang on, I've got a message request. Oh, it was from Daniel Boida.
You're not in there. Okay, you're not in there. Let's put all these bags so we're not looking at them twice here. That always makes it painful. You're not in there. This one has some 4s. I bet you're in here somewhere, probably hiding like the only one. No. No. You're not in there. Okay.
And Daniel Boida, if you're out there somewhere, I just sent you a friend request on Facebook. And I recently found Miss Amby on Facebook. She's not very active there because she uses that for personal stuff, not Lego.
She did post a picture about some new tables, though. That looks epic.
Was that on her Instagram?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I need to go and check that stuff out. Because I saw when I made a post on Alex Nunes' Facebook group. I saw that she was a member, and so it was her real name. Because I thought to myself, hang on, is that Miss Amby? And so I clicked on her profile, and she lived in Montrose. And so I googled where Montrose is, and surprise, surprise, it's on the southeast coast of Scotland. And so I knew, well, that must be Miss Amby. So now we're friends.
Sure.
So now we're friends on Facebook, and it was all because I saw her in Alex Nunes' Facebook group. And also, speaking of Alex Nunes, I posted. There's two things. I posted a poll in his Facebook group. Asking people which road-based plates they use in their cities, and I'm quite happy that a lot of people actually use the same road-based plates that I use, a combination of the first, second, and third generations of road-based plates. Obviously, the majority uses the Generation 5 road-based plates, which was sold from 2005 to 2020, and some retailers you can actually still buy, but not as common anymore. For specific reasons.
Hey, you're not in there. Those are all big pieces. These are all big pieces. You're not in there. Oh.
And so I took a shot at trying to add Alex Nunes as a friend, and he accepted my friend request. I said hi to him. He said, "What's up?" And so I sent him a link to the reaction video that I did on his video about the Bricklink Castle. Because I should have asked him before I made that reaction video and he said it was fine. He was fine with it, and he actually found my reaction funny because
cool.
I agreed with what he said, and he agreed with me. For those who don't know, the video is titled "You Messed Up, Lego," and he knows that Lego messed up, and I know that Lego messed up, and we might go black because I need to charge my laptop. Let me go get my phone, so I'm still there when my laptop goes blank.
Nice, just in case. Okay, so I've gone through all these bags. I'm looking for a 1x4 plate in dark brown. And I'm not seeing it. Here's a bunch of 1x4s in here. Brown, gray, dark gray, and white. I don't see it in there. Okay. Here's aha. one. There's like one out of the whole set. Oh, is there another in there? No. Good to know where them pieces are at. Well, why is this piece? Hey, Blue Bricks, what are you trying to do to me right now? Why is this piece in here? Yet the identical pieces are in a bag by themselves with just two of them. I'd be looking for this third one for days because I would have thought there's only two and they're in a bag. Good to know. Good to know. So we're just going to add these two right here then. We'll solve that problem for later. Oh, my instructions turned off again. What? Okay, so this one's going back here. Ooh. That wasn't a very good build. Okay, so let's go back there. Out. This one's going up here, which looks like it's not really attached to anything except for one stud. Okay.
So I need to figure out. I need to get the extension cord.
And then where do we put that one? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Be a whole lot of skill if you went the other way. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And for those who
Mark,
remember, flashy children's TV show that was Yo Gabba Gabba, you might know what I'm referencing.
Or Sesame Street. 1, 2,
No.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. But if you've been watching Sesame Street for over 60 years,
You say 60?
Yeah, you might remember when the Sesame Street Workshop had their partnership with the electric company, and there was a song that was nothing but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and it was actually really catchy.
Yeah, it was.
So do you remember that song by the electric company?
I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
11, 12. I do. It's one of my favorites.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm expecting my laptop to go flat any minute now. So people don't want to see my ugly face. People want to see Lego. So that's my stack of classic sets I found for only $39 on Amazon. I see this going for easily $60 at department stores. So to find this for a little over 30% off, I think it was 33% off. That was a steal. And I bought these while I was on the free trial for Amazon Prime. So I placed a lot of orders on Amazon Prime to get free shipping. Still got 2 packages that are coming in the mail for non-Lego items. They are for the Driven Pocket series by Batat. So that's coming in the mail. And but anyway, this is a Lego channel. So people don't, for anyone who doesn't know, I like to buy, whenever I see a good deal on Lego classic sets, I buy them because they've got a bunch of good basic bricks that I know I can use to make Minecraft mod. And so if I come up here, you can see that there's another classic set above my wardrobe, and that'll be used for Minecraft mocks as well.
Busy fella with all that sorting.
Yeah, so all of these classic sets I'm keeping new in box, specifically for those Minecraft mocks, because people might remember about a year ago, I consulted with Captain Matt and Venomous Typin about playing a Lego Minecraft tabletop board game, and we're going to make that happen eventually. Yep, my laptop just went flat. We're going to make that happen eventually, and so I'm stocking up on cheap classic sets so that we can use those. We can use these pieces to make mocks for the board game.
Johnny G says you need more open sewers with chocolate cupcakes. That's like a good and bad all into one, isn't it? Oh, what are these chocolate cupcakes you speak of?
Yeah, so that's what I bought on Amazon.
That looks like a good store.
That I haven't showed off. And now let me turn my laptop back on. But while we wait for my laptop to come back on, I'll show you all some other stuff which I showed on the Ingrid Win live stream. Yeah, I showed on Ingrid Win's last live stream. I think that was on Tuesday. I think that was on Tuesday morning in North America. I went to the Lego store and I got one of these. I got one of these build a minifig packs on Mother's Day, but then I got a second one after Ingrid Win's live stream, and so now I've got six. Now I've got a dozen of the pigs because the employee let me substitute the hair, hat, or helmet pieces for an extra pig.
Nice.
Some stores have more relaxed managers, and they let you get 9 pigs per pack, which was amazing. But I could only get 6 pigs per pack, so I wanted to get a dozen pigs.
Yeah, buddy.
Yay! So, how many pigs were you allowed to get?
Yeah, they let us load up 9.
Yeah. So
and then they stuck an extra one in there for me.
So your store manager let you get. Hey, this is a fitting pun. They let you go the full 9 yards.
Yep, 100%. All the pigs, and I went there and I got like 3 of those packages. I think I bought 45 pigs.
Yeah, I've got a dozen.
MJ Bay and a couple other people.
I've got a dozen pigs now. I think
like the goat.
I think Ingrid Win has her 9. That means I don't need to get any of the farm sets that have the pigs now, because I've got my pigs and my Patreon supporters, of which Macro Bricks is one of them. And also Venomous Typin, go subscribe to his channel. There's a link in the description. He's another one of my Patreon supporters. They know that I have plans for my pigs.
The only thing with the pigs, though, in those new farm sets, Mayo, is don't they got little piglets? In those new sets, like baby pigs. I
don't have a need for piglets. I just I just need the full size pigs because that's where the money is. Like in the lore, I'm speaking about the lore of Mayo City, which, if you haven't been keeping up with Mayo City, there is a playlist where you can watch every Mayo City update ever.
Every single one.
So I strongly suggest that anyone who hasn't been keeping up, go back and binge watch all of my Lego City updates that I've been filming every month. Been filming them every month since March 2021.
Quite a long time, 2021.
Seems like an eternity now.
It does when you look back on it. Time flies.
Also, to go back as far as March of 2021. And I'm just realizing that I need to update my StreamYard logo on my iPhone 13.
Oh, better refresh this page.
I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, it was not me this time. I swear that was not me.
Well, yeah, I knew something like that was going to happen. So I hope that didn't below anyone's eardrums. I apologize for the headphone users.
Ha, keeps them on their toes. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, so I've got my film from the Lego store, and I don't need to go back until they have double VIP points, where I expect to spend an upwards of $900.
Wow, what are you buying?
Yeah, I expect to spend upwards of $900 to
Cool.
get the Daily Bugle and the UCX Luke's Land Speeder. When I went to the store, they said that you can't get the double VIP points for it online, but you can in store. And I've told other people this, and they were like, "Oh, what?
Yeah, that's weird.
I didn't know that either." And so if I had known that, I would have bought my cash. I would have bought my cash money, and I would have dropped the $310 it cost to buy the Luke's Land Speeder straight up.
How come you're getting the Luke's Land Speeder? You getting Star Wars itch now, or what?
No, don't have a Star Wars itch, but I want to make a video about it for the memes.
Oh, nice.
Because I want to be one of those people who says, "Ha ha, Lego keeps making a new version of Luke's Land Speeder every 2 years. Now they've made a UCS version. Waka waka."
Waka waka.
Because Star Wars fans for years have now said, wouldn't it be funny if Lego just made a UCS version of this set? And lo and behold, they did.
After they had all those small ones coming out every 2 years, yeah, they beat that till it was dead.
So Lego listened to us. They listened to our jokes, and they finally gave us the ultimate explosion of jokes. That is a UCS Luke's Land Speeder. So I'm going to make a joke. I'm going to build it on my live streams when I buy it, and I'm going to make big joke videos about it because it's very funny that they finally decided to make a UCS version after making all these piddly-dilly $20 to $30 ones for the longest of time now, because they didn't do a lot of them in the 2000s, but they've done a lot of them in the 2010s.
That's true.
Especially since The Force Awakens came out. What's this? Gmail.
Same with the fire station and police station. Like, they beat that horse till it was dead, and then again.
Well, but they've been consistently making a new fire station and a new police station at least every 3 years since 1978. So that's more. We've just gotten used to it. But what really annoys me is that for a while there in the 2010s, when they were making the swamp police and the mountain police and the sky police and all those other ridiculous police things, it seemed like they were making one every year, which was just insane. It's like, no, make one every 3 years. Stop making the same set every year over and over and over again.
Exactly. Switch it up. Trade police for pirates. Trade the fire station for castle, and then come back to it and just keep switching them up every so often.
I'm so glad that Lego is paying more attention to the EMS side of Lego City, because we've now gotten 2 hospitals in 4 years, which is good for the hospital. Good for the hospital fans. There are still people who say that Lego needs to make a modular hospital.
That would be cool.
And there are other people who've been saying Lego needs to make a modular arcade, a video game arcade. And there are people like me who say Lego needs to make a modular post office. I would have loved to seen a post office instead of the boutique hotel. I still remember when people were saying, oh, the boutique hotel was just going to be a re-release of the Cafe Corner. And people started losing their shit over the prospect of that happening. But apparently you had the images long before the press release. So you must have found a leak in the middle of last year.
Me? I can't remember.
Because before the press release for the boutique hotel, you said on my live streams and on your live streams that I've had this image for months now.
Oh yeah, I found it somewhere. I found that somewhere, and it wasn't. I felt confident that we were going to get something decent and not just a Cafe Corner remake with the colors switched out.
Yeah, because you were the more cool, calm, and collected person who was like, "Hang on, we don't know, but I know because I found a leak."
Yeah, Lego does some shoddy stuff, but they're not that sketchy that they're gonna make like the exact same Cafe Corner with just different colors. Like, yeah, it's a hotel, and yeah, the Cafe Corner had a hotel, but they're gonna spice it up a little bit in some way.
I would love it if Lego re-releases the Cafe Corner, the Market Street, and the Greengrocer, but they're never going to. But I want them to because I'm not interested in buying a re-release of the Cafe Corner or the Market Street. But I'll buy a re-release of the Greengrocer quick, fast, in a hurry. The Parisian Restaurant is my favorite modular. The Detective's Office is my second favorite. The Greengrocer is my third favorite, and the Assembly Square rounds off my Mount Rushmore. And a lot of people.
You like the theater the most? The Palace Cinema the most?
No, I like the Parisian Restaurant the most because of the colors and the build techniques. It is a really small modular, and that's what a lot of people complain about. Is it's too small. But ever since the Brick Show did their review of the Parisian Restaurant, I was like, oh, what a mark of beauty this is.
Yeah, and it's not that small, especially compared to the new boutique hotel. Like, I thought that was a small building.
I think the boutique hotel, the bookshop, and the Parisian Restaurant are comparable in size.
Yeah, I agree.
They're comparable in size, and I don't see many people holding size against the Parisian Restaurant anymore because as time has evolved, the modulars have gotten smaller and smaller, but they've gotten more detailed and detailed. It's like they've sacrificed space for interior detail. Do you want the interior detail, or do you want a big modular?
I prefer the big modular myself.
I prefer the big modular. But if you're going to have a small modular, I don't care about the interior detail. I want to see fancy exterior detail, and I believe the Parisian Restaurant has the fanciest of exterior detail because at the time the dark blue curved slopes were really rare. The olive green bricks were not all that common, and they used amazing build techniques like they put the white clamshells inside of the mudguard fender pieces that were attached on there. So just imagine this is a mudguard fender, and this is a mudguard fender. They had a build where one was right side up, one was upside down, and they rotated it on its side. And they put the white clamshell inside of it. That is one of the most ornate build techniques I've ever built. and I think it's one of the best build techniques Lego has ever done. It is amazingly ornate, and I gravitate towards a lot of that intricate details.
That's cool.
Because when I look at the other modulars, like even the assembly square doesn't top it. The detective's office and the downtown diner don't come close. A lot of people really like the downtown diner because of the 50s Americana vibe, and a lot the buildable sign for diner is probably the best build in the set. But they got that really nice post-war curvature architecture with the curved windows sandwiched in between curved slopes to get that really good 50s streamlined architecture. That's really nice. And you got a recording studio where they had a minifig that was clearly supposed to be an unlicensed version of Elvis, and they had a boxing ring, which boxing was probably at its peak in the 50s, because that was a crossover, because 50s boxing was a crossover between Sugar Ray Robinson and Muhammad Ali, which Muhammad Ali is the most impactful boxer of all time, but those who know their boxing history know that Sugar Ray Robinson, he was better than Muhammad Ali. He was better than Floyd Mayweather. He was better than Mike Tyson. All four of those people in their eras were the baddest man on the planet. But for example, Mike Tyson had Evander Holyfield. Floyd Mayweather had people like Oscar De La Hoya and the remains of Roy Jones Jr., of which Mike Tyson also had. Muhammad Ali had George Foreman and John Fraser.
Yeah, man, you still sure know your statistics.
Was his first name John? I can't remember. Anyway, Fraser. There wasn't someone who could compete with Sugar Ray Robinson in the 40s and the 50s. He was by far the best boxer, heavyweight in their era. There was no contest. Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and Floyd Mayweather all had people who could knock them off their claim for being the baddest man on the planet. And I said we have an Axel plate in the comments. Hey Axel.
Good day, Axel.
Johnny said, "Can we watch the new Jabba video?" I'm not sure what you mean by that. And Johnny says they used pigs to eat the chocolate cupcakes in medieval times.
I laughed. Now it makes sense, Johnny. Now
I'm not sure what I'm not sure what that means, to be honest.
I think the pigs were like the live sewer system.
Anyway, that's a wrap. That is a wrap on the Boba Fett Starship set 75312. So that's the last Star Wars set I'll be building for a while. This was the first Star Wars set I built in 14 years, and I only did it because we passed 300 subscribers. So when we get to 400 subscribers, I will buy and build the Luke's Land Speeder. So everyone help me to get to 400, and all the Star Wars fans out there, like Clicking Cliff, who was in the comments earlier, and is still amazed that I actually built a Star Wars set. I didn't build a Star Wars set because I wanted to. I built a Star Wars set because I needed to, because I like to keep my promises to my subscribers.
That's awesome, Neil.
So when we get to 400 subscribers, which is 50 subscribers away, I will build the Luke's Land Speeder on camera.
Nice.
So we all gotta help. We all gotta
Actually, no.
I'd love to see
Well,
it.
I'm decided. Do I build the Luke's Land Speeder first, or do I build the Daily Bugle first?
Daily Bugle all the way, especially because you'll actually enjoy that one.
People will have to let me know. It's a toss up because I would like to make the video about the memes really fast. Who knows? Maybe if we can go. Maybe if we can go. Well, maybe if we can reach 400 subscribers within the next 4 months, and that
can happen.
450 subscribers in the next five months. Hopefully, well, maybe we can get on a campaign to get to 400 subscribers within the next 4 months, and then immediately after that, try to get another 50 subscribers after that. So that because it'll take me a month's worth of live streams to build those sets. And so hopefully, if we can reach certain milestones, I'll end up building both of them back to back. So we got to make it happen. So anyway, I've got some other sets that I can show off to the masses. After when we were coming home from my 21st birthday, I showed this on your live stream, Macro. We have a Dusty Bricks. Hey, Dusty. I watched your video last night because I got the notification, and as soon as I got the notification, I wanted to sit down and watch the video. And thankfully, it was in a format where I could just have it on in the background and not need to look what was on camera because the video that Dusty Wicks uploaded about less than 12 hours ago was answering questions from people, and he was sorting one of his dots. He was sorting one of the mosaic sets. So, and we have Kevin Creamer as well. It says, "Good evening. Hope everyone is having a good later night." Dusty Bricks and Kevin Creamer, you both have invitations to come on to the live stream via the live stream gang. And if Johnny ever wants to come onto my live streams, I'd be happy to invite Johnny on. So if you didn't watch Macro Bricks' live stream, or last live stream, he did a part 2 on Saturday night. So was your part 2 on your Sunday morning?
Yeah, it would have been Sunday morning after I woke up off the couch.
Yeah, so that would have been in your graveyard shift. So if you didn't watch that live stream on the Macro Bricks channel, you wouldn't know that I was able to acquire a used in-box copy of this Avengers Advent Calendar.
You like the Marvel sets?
No, I don't like them, but I got this for a cheap price. Because
so you don't do Star Wars or Marvel, you're just pretty much a city and trains type fella.
Yeah, and more so vintage, and actually vintage mocks before city and trains. So I bought these sets from Captain Matt because he was selling some of his non-Ninjago Lego. He actually told me a week ago that he's still in the process of building his Ninjago city gardens. He likes to spend, I think he said he likes to spend 1 hour every week doing a bag.
An hour a week? Wow.
Yeah, when he's got some free time. He also sold me this set, the Lego City Shopping Street.
Yeah, that's a good one. So
I'm going to have to disassemble both of these and build these on a live stream sometime. So maybe in the month of June, I can build those sets. And also, for those who follow me on Instagram,
June's going to be expensive.
You'll know that I talked about this set in my Instagram stories. So please follow me on Instagram if you're not already doing so. There is a link in the description for you to go and follow me on Instagram.
only need 16 more followers to get to 200, but people keep on following me and unfollowing me, so I'm not making any progress. Although we did gain 2 more followers from when I was on Nicole's Instagram live last night.
Cool.
A combination of Ingrid Wynn, Miss Briggs, and Brooks Briggs inspired me to get this set. Yeah, they inspired me to get this set because Brooks Briggs did a conversion of the taco van from 8 studs wide to 6 studs wide, which I respect his efforts to scale down that from 8 studs to 6 wides, make it smaller, make it just a better scale. So mad respect for Brooks Briggs for doing that. And
Cool.
I watched Ingrid Wynn and Miss Briggs's reviews of the street food market, and they showed off the small build and some of the food pieces, and I was like, maybe I should get this set. And when I saw Brooks Briggs scaling down the taco van, I was like, I have to get this set. So on my Instagram stories, I'm doing a hashtag my wallet is crying campaign where I'm posting images of sets that people in the Lego community convince me to buy.
Nice.
So Matt, Ingrid, and Lee convinced me to buy this set. It was actually Ben's brick design who convinced me to buy this set, because I was on one of his live streams about a month ago now, and I said, because he was talking about Star Wars, when I get to 300 subscribers, I'll build a Star Wars set for May the 4th be with you. And I said, because he's a Star Wars collector, what sets at $50 would you recommend? So he listed three sets. One was the Boba Fett starship. The other one was the scaled down X-wing, and the other one was the Mandalorian ATST.
Nice. Gonna say.
So I was going to get the X-wing, because the X-wing is my favorite craft, but I missed out on getting that on sale, so I was not going to pay the full price. And so then I was going to buy the ATST from Toys R Us, but they had it on sale, but they sold out. So I was like, well, the days are running out, and the projected shipping of these sets on all these other department store websites is after May the 4th. I guess I'm going to have to go to Amazon. So I went to Amazon, which I normally don't like buying from Amazon. I would prefer to buy a Lego set from a department store, because they have tenfold less corporate value than what Amazon does. Because Target and Walmart and Big W and Kmart Australia and Smith's Toys and Toys R Us and Mastermind Toys and Hamleys and any of the big department stores in the European Union, they're not worth $1 trillion like what Amazon is. So I prefer to buy from them. But when I have no choice, I'll buy from Amazon, which is good that they're always offering me free trials for Amazon Prime. So I took a free trial just to buy this set, and I made my free trial worth it, because I was able to get some other things that some of them were Prime member exclusives, and some were international. So I didn't have to. So because I was on that Amazon Prime free trial, I got reduced international shipping. prices. And I didn't have to pay for shipping on this set. And I didn't have to pay for shipping on the classic sets I bought.
Well, that saves a bit. Nice.
And so the last Amazon package I'm expecting to come in the mail is going to come on my mum's birthday, which is the 21st of May. So anyway, that's the Lego sets I need to build. And I'm thinking I'll do an 8-hour live stream on the last day of the month to just go gung-ho on building the Monkey Kid City of Lanterns, and then I'll save these 3 other Lego sets for the month of June. So I need to go to my live stream billing and see how many hours I've used.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, so I've used 3 hours and 45 minutes. So let me go to the calendar.
Okay.
So there's two more Saturdays. There's 2 more Saturdays in the month of May. So I was at 3 hours 45 minutes after last live stream. So I got what I can do is I can go for 4 hours. I can go for 4 hours and 15 minutes this live stream. I can go for 4 hours next live stream, and then the live stream at the end of the month, which, as always, the last Thursday of the month is when I do my monthly city updates. And I actually got a comment from on my April update saying that he lost track of his notifications, and only just got the time to watch my city update. And he thought he said that he liked that I have plans for an airport. Because the big project that Matt is doing on his Twitch live streams. If you are on Twitch, go follow Brooks Bricks and watch his live streams on Twitch. He's been building his airport, and after watching his live streams on YouTube before he switched over to Twitch full time, I thought to myself, well, I need to get out my runway base plates because I know that I am going to have an airport. So I need to clear all the junk out of my bookshelf so that I can lay down the runway, and that's what I did. That's what I did with my last city update. So go back and watch all of my city updates to get the memo.
Dude, I don't got that piece in here. I think they're lying to me.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to spend the next 2 hours trying to make some more progress on the City of Lanterns. Because I can.
Of course.
So we finished doing the first 2 bags of the City of Lanterns.
Only one in the set. Oh, snap.
I'm going to clear some of this junk off. I've got a stack of sticker sheets. Got a stack of stickers. Stickers. And I need to add a business card from, I forget which country I got my last Brooklyn order from. It was somewhere in northern Europe. It wasn't. I don't think it was Poland. Was it Poland? Anyway, I'd have to go back and check exactly which northern European country that order came from. But I need to move this stuff out of the way. And if you're not already following me, well, if you're not already subscribed to Mayo Hosko's TWR and TTTE, I found on eBay about 3 months ago, I found a unbox GeoTrack set for cheap, and so I bought it because GeoTracks is a part of my childhood. I sold my whole GeoTracks collection to buy the yellow cargo train, which came out in 2010. And I can't.
The wooden track?
No, it was plastic motorized trains made by Fisher Price that was sold from 2003 to 2011, and when Cars 2 came out, they actually made GeoTrack sets based on Cars 2, well, Cars and Cars 2, and I believe on one of Briggsar's channels, I think it's his Jabo 37 channel. He made videos about the Disney Pixar Cars GeoTrack sets, and on both his Jabo 37 and Trains Are Fun channel, he's actually made videos about the GeoTracks, because his son, They Might Be Bricks, has just as much nostalgia for GeoTracks as what I do. The difference is they still own their GeoTracks. They still own it. And ever since they got discontinued, they sell for crazy high prices. So I thought $50 for a new in-box GeoTracks playset, even though it didn't have a motorized train, it was still a really good price, and I wasn't gonna pass it up. So I bought it, and I kept it new in box for the longest of time because I wanted to open it on my birthday. But my festivities and celebrations were so high with Lego and the 8-hour live stream I did on my birthday, which was the best resulting live stream I've ever done. So thank you everyone who participated in that. I made an Instagram post. Well, I made social media posts thanking people who I recognized in the chat who had social media and people who were on the panel. So some of you people might have gotten tagged in that stuff. You would have gotten tagged. So on my birthday, on the week after my birthday, I'm guessing you got a notification that you were tagged in one of my posts.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
A few times.
Because when people come on my panel, and when I get special people in the comments, I like to tag them on my social media. So these figures from, like I said, on the previous time I built the slave one, the Boba Fett character, the minifig, and this other minifig Mandalorian will be going in my Star Wars tower, which is an office building where I'm going to put all of my Star Wars minifigs, because I had a bunch of printed and stickered computer panels on 2x2 slopes. So I thought, why not use these and all of the Star Wars minifigs I have to make a dedicated skyscraper for Star Wars. And Dusty Bricks says, Mayo, you are so grown up, you will skip kids and go straight to grandkids. I'm not even planning on having kids. I want to be if I do get married, I want to marry someone who wants to be a DINK. And DINK is an acronym that
Dual income, no kids.
Yeah, exactly. Double income, no kids. And I first learned about that acronym from Lego Masters Australia Season 4. One of the contestants that got eliminated 2 weeks ago were a gay couple, and they were double income, no kids.
I mean, kids is really what you enjoy in life, and that's your forte and what you want to see with your life. But to me, there's so much more than just going to hockey games and baseball games and grade 3 pageants, and it's just not for me. I am a proud
it's not for me either. But if anyone has been keeping up with Brixie, you'll know that Jordan and Jose are gonna have a baby. So I wish them nothing but the best.
No,
And actually, when I started this live stream, they were still doing their live stream. I'm not sure if they've ended it or not.
Doesn't even fit. This piece doesn't even clip on to anything, Blue Bricks.
So I'll have to put. So this is another business card to add to my little red book of business cards that I get from Bricklinkers, and definitely the best. Well, my most prized business card is from Aditi Bricks. Everyone who's made bulk Bricklink orders know who DD Bricks is. Very affordable shipping, very high quantity of pieces, and DD Bricks from Thailand is so busy that he actually has to pay staff to help him pack his orders.
Nice, might as well if you can, yeah.
And I believe Brick Vibe and Bricks on the Dollar in the US do the same thing. So now I'll get this stuff out of the way. I've got all of my builds from my previous live streams still on the table because they don't have a proper home yet. But the reason, I should say this before I go any further, the reason why I wanted to get a bunch of sand green bricks, the reason I wanted to buy these 1x6s when I saw them on the pad wall is because I've said this for months now. I want to make a rusted copper coloured thunderbox for the Tasman Bricks Thunderbox Challenge, because my family or my parents are building a house in a country area of South Australia known as the Copper Coast, because that area used to be rich with copper mines, and the reason why the Cornish settled in South Australia rather than any of the other states in Australia is because South Australia used to have a lot of copper deposits, and if there's one thing that the Cornish of southwest England really like mining, it's copper. So states like South Australia and in the US, Georgia, California, Virginia, Minnesota, and Michigan. There are a couple other states as well. They had a lot of copper deposits. So the Cornish, they immigrated to those states in Australia and the US to mine that copper, and it's in those and because of those copper mines, those are the only places in the world where you can buy something from, where you can buy a savoury pastry from a bakery known as a pasting. And there is a historic bakery in the Arizona desert in the east of California, where you can go and order a Cornish pasting, because that town used to be on the site of a copper mine, and so that's the only place. I believe that was the only copper mine the Cornish found in California. So that's the only place in California where you can get a Cornish pasty. But because there were copper mines all over the place in South Australia, every bakery that sells savoury pastries sells either a regular pasty or a Cornish pasty. So if the Cornish never discovered copper in your state or your province, you will have no idea what a pasty is.
Do you like pastries? You eat a lot of pastries?
Yeah, I love pastries, both savoury and sweet.
Are you more of a sweet tooth type fella or like a salty type fella? Like, would you take a
Well-
5-cent gummy candy or a chip?
Yeah, I prefer a packet of chips over a bag of Skittles.
Okay, good to know.
And because because savory baking is so much more common in Australia, we have more savory bakeries than sweet bakeries. But thankfully at our savory savory bakeries that sell pies, pasties, and sausage rolls, and pies being meat pies, not cream pies, of something, because it always fascinates me when American tourists go to England and they eat a meat pie for the first time. Just imagine a chicken pot pie, but it's a quarter of the size and it's got beef instead of chicken in it.
I've done that, or it's like what do you call that? A shepherd's pie. So instead of it being like, it has the potatoes, the rice, the corn, the meat. Yeah. Oh, you're making me hungry.
because I like myself a good potato pie, which is basically a bakery version of a shepherd's pie. And there's a scene in a Family Guy episode where Peter wants to order a shepherd's pie and they don't have it on the menu, and then he asks the waiter if the chefs have the individual ingredients used to make a shepherd's pie, and then says, well, I'm paraphrasing, well, why don't you have it on the menu then? Because you have all the ingredients to make a shepherd's pie, why wouldn't you have it on the menu? And so that was in one of their cutaways, and I always think about that. But my favorite type of my favorite type of savory pastry is what's called a beef cheese and bacon pie. So instead of potato with beef in a pie, which is similar to a shepherd's pie, but obviously a quarter of the size, and the pastry is thick, like an apple turnover, something like that, but double the thickness of an apple turnover, for those who know what an apple turnover is. Or about maybe a third times more thicker than a cannoli, if anyone is familiar with Italian baking. Instead of potato, it's got cheese and bacon, and it tastes so good. And you'll never find something like that in North America. You'll never find something like that in North America, but you might find it in the UK. But when I go to Brick Fair, Alabama in 2023, I want to go to a bakery and I want to try one of the cream pies. I would love to try a coconut cream pie, and I want to film myself throwing a pie in my face. I really do.
Oh, nice.
I really do, because we can't make those gag jokes in Australia because it's much harder to get a cream pie over here than it is in North America. Because our specialty, our baking specialty is savory, while in North America it's sweet.
Yeah, you wouldn't want a hot meat pie in the face. That might leave a couple third-degree burns.
But a room temperature cream pie is much more acceptable for prop comedy. And we have the Calbinator says copper.
2 and 1. 2 and 1.
Yeah, I've had a couple cottage pies in my life, Dusty. I definitely prefer shepherd's pies. A
a shaving cream pie. That would be a good gag joke. You know what? My favorite practical joke is when someone is sleeping and you put their hand is on their side, so you put it inside a bowl of shaving cream, then you tickle their nose, then they want to wipe away the tickle, and then they end up splashing shaving cream on their face. That's so funny.
That's pretty funny. It's better when they've been drinking, and then you can put nail polish on their teeth because they don't wake up when you tickle them.
Or someone passes out cold, and then you take a magic marker to their forehead.
Yeah, I've seen that done. I've seen people getting drawn on with a Sharpie, and definitely nail polish on the teeth was probably my favorite one. That was the funniest.
And those are the scenes in movies where the guy says to the guy who's had his forehead vandalized, then they say, "Also, you have a dick on your face." I love those scenes in movies when they say, "Also, you have a dick on your face."
Yeah.
Those are so funny.
You're a dick face. That is funny.
Because that is literally a dickhead. An insult that we use a lot in Australia as an alternative to son of a bitch.
Oh, okay, you call someone a dickhead.
No, we just call people. Well, if people like to call people a son of a bitch in North America, in Australia we like to call people a dickhead. Just like how in the UK they like to call people a git or a prat.
A git, yeah. I had someone say that to me once. I was like, what the hell's a git? Speak some English. Probably the most
And
English
speaking of regional, speaking of international insults, Si O'Connor said on London Calling that the O in O'Connor means son of.
Yeah, that was interesting for sure.
Yeah, and because myself and London Bridge Wicks were amazed. I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. Finally, someone's explained it to me. So Simon of Connor, Si O'Connor, and he said that the prefix of Mac in Scottish surnames is the same way. So if someone in Scotland is named Scott McDonald, which I know so many people in the world that are named Scott McDonald, that name is just a dime a dozen. But Mayo Hosko is only one of one. So for someone named Scott McDonald, that would mean Scott, son of Donald. Which I found that an interesting tidbit. So, thank you, Si. I learned something on London Calling before I went to bed. The more you know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe.
Oh, that's funny.
I've got all of the bags to the City of Lanterns in this classic box, so I'm gonna have to empty this out. I need bags 3. Well, there's 4.
I love it. That's funny. Cottage pie. It's not shepherd's pie. It's a cottage pie.
I'm gonna mute myself while I sort through these bags.
Still dealing with this one piece that's not even attached to a stud. Blue bricks, I'm starting to find some flaws in your system. Not big ones, not big ones. Nothing that would really deter me from buying another set. I'm just saying, finding flaws in the system. Sure makes you appreciate Lego and their numbered bags, I tell you.
Actually, I think I've already done bag 3, so I've got to do bags 4 and 5 then.
On the City of Lanterns still?
Yeah, because I've done the I finished the foundation. Hopefully, you'll get on to the good stuff, which is the actual buildings.
Yeah, once you get to the actual buildings, I actually like that. Each little bag was kind of its own building. Nothing was super complicated, and I got like a sense of achievement each time because you start to see it come together a lot quicker. Actually,
I'm gonna take out bag 6 as well, and I'm gonna put the rest of the bags back in my classic box.
Yeah, I really liked building that set. It was fun. Okay, so we got all those dumped out. Now I need the dark ones.
Okay, let's get building this thing. I gotta get my instructions.
Pitter patter, let's get at her.
Waka waka.
There's all those.
Still on book 1.
Let's just see. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Those aren't the ones I'm looking for, though.
So get my phones out of the way. Put them on my laptop.
Damn, where are those people?
Well, Zissou just got home. Says home and you're still alive. Hey, Macro and Mayo. Yeah, if you wanna come on to the panel, we'd be more than willing to have you on. If you want me to send you an invite, and also, if you do want to come on, I'll ask you if you want to get invited to the live stream game, so that you're always invited. Because I've enjoyed the 2 times I've talked to you on camera.
Oh, ditto, Zissou.
So where was I?
Fun times,
yeah, we last left off. Yeah, so at page 81. So now it's 82. Got to unbag bag 4. And also, don't forget to leave a like on the live stream to tell YouTube that people like to watch my videos. I'm gonna mute myself again.
That's a cool look. I would have never built something like that because it's just kind of sitting there. Damn. Oh, wrong one. When I build a Lego, I build it like a kitchen. When I build my box, like they're not coming apart unless you take a sledgehammer to them. Oh, look at that. It actually all fits in there.
Okay, let's start building bag 4.
Okay.
So it looks like the first build is a robot of some type.
Oh, the little maintenance robot, the street sweeper, if you will.
So it's for sweeping the streets, is it? Because Macro Bricks would know all of this stuff, because if you didn't know already, Macro Bricks built the City of Lanterns on his live streams, and now I'm doing the same.
Times 2. You know, that's a good point. With all the mankind innovation, with all this technology, with all these Boston robot dogs that can dance, why don't they build a basic robot that just goes around collecting trash out of all the gutters, ditches, and pretty much the city streets? Like, out of all this
Because
technology, we're putting men on the moon and we're doing all this stupid stuff, but yet we can't even keep our cities clean.
because municipalities say, "Oh, we can't afford this. It's cheaper. It's cheaper to use human labor than it is to upkeep."
Not even
A
human
robot.
labor. They just don't do nothing. They just let it look like crap.
Because they're cheap. Because those politicians in local government, especially in the case of Mayor Quimby of The Simpsons, is a corrupt cheapskate who uses taxpayers dollars to pay for the cost of boob implants for his floozy girlfriend. Remember that, Simpsons fans?
Funny. No. This does not. Blue bricks. What are you doing? This does not work. You can't do that.
With Blue Bricks instructions.
Yeah, they're about to make no sense, I think. Okay. And then we got...
I like the printing for the Android face on the trans light blue minifig head. That's a nice touch. And we're at half a dozen people right now. So thanks, everyone who's watching.
Blue bricks. You can't do that. Look, this is what they're telling me to do. Here, let me change my camera here. I'll show you real quick.
Oh! Long time no see, Ninja with the bricks.
What up, Ninja?
Long time no see. You know, if you're not doing anything right now and you're bored, I'd be happy to send you an invitation to come on to the panel. Actually, well, let's skip the pedantics. There's been no strangers in the
Ninja's
comments.
working and lurking.
There's been no strangers in the comments, so I'm going to put up a public invitation.
Here's the instructions. I guess the point in question on 115. Look, so there's the edge of the build. Those are the last two studs on this gray part. And then it tells you to put this brown piece, right? So I'm going to follow these instructions. Watch what happens when I put this brown piece on. Watch. Look. I followed the instructions. You know, try it again. We'll try it again. No. Let's try one more time. Third time's a charm, right? Oh, jeepers.
Zissou says, I'll definitely save some of my backlog to join in the near future.
Flawed system.
Yeah, because what I find is building the only times I build Lego sets nowadays is when I'm building it on a live stream, and I think people like to do the same thing.
I try to save everything for a live stream, but that's where I feel bad, because I'll either double up my live streams and overstream people like on a Wednesday or a Thursday when I normally don't, or I'll start, like, let's say the City of Lanterns, I'll start it on a stream, but then next week it's already done. So it's kind of a hit and miss. I feel bad sometimes. Or I just got to stream more often and get these builds done. Yes, a ninja thrives in the shadows.
And what I like about the robot is it's got the clockwork key on the back. Because obviously it's not going to be a clockwork robot because the technology is too advanced to be clockwork. But that's a nice nudge to the past. Because do you think in a time frame as far into the future as what Monkey Kid is, they're still going to be using clockwork robots? I don't think so.
Yes, probably not. No. Good point. Oh, we're stopping them.
So as I've said to multiple people when I finished building I wanted to call this Ninjago. No, when I finish building Monkey Kid City of Lanterns, I will be disassembling the base, and I will be because I only want the stores like the Lego store and the tea room and the other stuff. I believe there's some apartments as well. I'm only interested in those modules to make a strip mall, which will be in the place of where the Friends Main Street is right now. Oh, Ninja was on a work break. Thanks for stopping by, Ninja.
Always good to see you, buddy Ninja.
It was nice. It was nice to say hello to you, Ninja.
Especially you don't have to dodge them throwing stars, you know what I'm saying?
Enjoy the rest of your shift. And I finally got my pay slips yesterday, so I was able to lodge my payments for 17. No, sorry, for what was it? For 16 hours work.
Nice.
So I'll get
Cash is always fun.
after my agent collects their commission, and after they pay my taxes for me, I'll probably have about $800. So I'll split, and I always like to save half and spend half.
It's a good rule of thumb to live by, for sure.
And sometimes when things work out, I like to save 2/3 and spend 1/3.
If you ever get a chance, Mayo, and work permits it, you should go invest in a gold chain. One, it's an investment. Two, you would look badass.
Yeah, when I first make $100,000 a year, I want to buy a gold ring or something.
That's going to be your milestone. So when you say you make your 100 G's a year, that's going to be your trophy for yourself, if you will.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when I get around to earning $100,000 a year, it's going to be devalued because of the inflation rate.
Yep, it sure will be. If it's not already devalued.
Because the inflation rate has gone up 5% in Australia. I believe it's gone up 11% in the UK and 8% in the US, which is, I don't know how that happens.
Well, it's going nuts. Whatever COVID did, and people were off work, and all of a sudden we got back to living, and we needed apparently 10 times more stuff than we needed before. I don't know what happened either, but all of a sudden after COVID, inflation went through the roof.
Yeah, and that's why governments all across the world are doing their best efforts. To fix the supply chain, because
That's what they tell us.
Yeah, because when they fix the supply chain and when they get their Reserve Bank interest rates all in order, because when the interest rate is higher than the inflation rate, that means that less people are going to borrow money because they don't want to pay the high interest rates, which means that people aren't borrowing money, which somehow the way economics works, people not borrowing money slows down the inflation rate, but countries could also just not print money in the first place. Because unlike Australia, where the inflation rate has gone up because of the supply chain, in the US, inflation has gone up because the US Treasury printed money. They printed too much of it.
Yeah, pretty soon China's going to own all of us. Well,
because
Maybe
the
not
less
respect
because
to-
because the less cash you have in bank vaults for people to borrow that money, the less cash you have on the streets, the more your currency is worth. And I'm sure that when a Brick Hive has come onto my live streams in the past, we've had conversations similar to that, but I don't think we've had that exact conversation. Because as you might know, and other people in the channel in the chat might know, when Brick Hive comes onto my live streams whenever he's got the free time, more than likely we're going to go down a rabbit hole of economics, because we both like to complain about the prices of stuff, and also we know a thing or two about why things cost so much, because we both like to do our investigations of the financial records of different companies. Like, I always like to keep track of the market value of the market value of companies, to know which companies their value of all stock shares are over $1 trillion. Because remember, I still remember when Facebook lost a third of their money in one day because their stock value just crashed.
Yeah, because they're shoddy business practices. They probably deserved it.
Because something happened with the Meta universe that lost the money. I suspect the reason they lost money, their shares lost a third of their value, is because of high operating costs.
Well, especially when they start that new endeavor and have to get all the infrastructure set up for that, for sure.
I believe I've lost a 2x2, like a dark bluish grey.
Hey, I'm in the same boat, Mayo. I'm looking for this 2x3 dark tan plate. I'm about to.
I'm looking for a jumper. It might be hiding underneath another piece, but I don't. Or actually, it might have come off the build when I was throwing it across the place.
Well, the thing with these sets that I found, they're cool sets, but you got to pull out all these pieces. Like, it's like a Creator 3-in-1. There's literally 4,700 pieces on this table. Well, not anymore, but. And then I've found I might only need this one piece, and there's only one piece in the whole set. So I'm looking. I think it's not even here. I've lost it. It fell on the floor. It's still in the bag. No,
That sucks.
I'm just gonna find it.
Because I know
Ninja. Back to work.
I know I'll find it. I know I'll find it. I'll find it eventually, because I just threw it all over the place just to get it out of the way.
Found it. Speaking of which.
Speak of the devil.
Yes.
Better the devil you know. I forgive and forget if you say you'll never go, because it's true what they say. Better the devil you know. I'll be here every day waiting for your love to show. Yes, it's true what they say. It's better the devil you know.
That is true. It is better the devil you know, the problems you know, the stuff that you can at least navigate through, than something completely unexpected, something new, a new trial.
And only my Australian viewers will understand what the hell I was just quoting.
What the hell was this guy just quoting?
They're lyrics to a song made in 1990 by Kylie Minogue.
Can't get out of my head.
Yeah, that was one of her only 2 top 10
North American
in the US. In the US Billboard, because as I've said religiously, it was BMG Records that prevented her from going on her US tour after that song was released. And 2003, that was the peak of Kylie Minogue's popularity in North America, because that was a top 10 hit. If she had completed her US tour in 2003, maybe more North Americans might know her name. But no, they don't, because BMG Records screwed her over, and so that's why she's only ever had 2 top 10 hits on the US Billboard. Because I firmly believe she has better voice talent than Taylor Swift or Katy Perry or Kelly Clarkson or anything like that. I put her on the Mount Rushmore of female music artists, with Madonna and Mariah Carey, and Beyonce. She can't hit those high notes that Whitney Houston could hit, but she was more consistent. And she's still active, because Madonna isn't active anymore. She's not making new music, is she?
Well, she'll break a hip if she gets on that stage and tries to bust a move.
Don't just stand there, bust a move.
At least Mariah.
Because and Kylie Minogue knows that BMG Records screwed her over, so that's why she only concentrates on the regeneration of disco music, and that's why nowadays she actually has more hits in the US Billboard dance market than the main US Billboard, which is sad, because she is uber popular in this country, obviously, and the UK, and she lives in the suburb of Chelsea in London. And she's appeared on the Graham Norton show a couple times now. I'd love, like she'll never be on Conan or Colbert or Fallon or Kimmel. She'll never be on any of that, on any of those shows, because BMG failed to ingratiate Kylie Minogue in the North American market. And so really, the only place you'll hear her music nowadays is in a gay bar, at least in North America. The only place you'll hear her music is in a gay bar.
Yeah, very seldomly do you even hear her on the radio anymore. That's true.
And that's why when The Simpsons did episodes in the seasons, like I think there were a lot of season 14, 15, 16 episodes with Julio, the gay hairstylist. That was probably awesome. Because he wasn't just a cameo character, he was a reoccurring character in those seasons, which is why people remember Julio so much. And I believe he was voiced by Hank Azaria. When in one of the episodes, there was a gay bar across the road from Moe's Tavern, and in the pan shot staring out the window of Moe's Tavern to the gay bar, the people dancing in the club, the music was "Can't Get You Out of My Head," because that episode was filmed in 2003. And if anyone watches American Dad, there was a really creepy episode where Roger the alien and Klaus the fish were let's just say kissing tongues with each other.
Well, they're sucking this, eh?
Yeah, and in the background music was Kylie Minogue's Love at First Sight, which was released in 2001 on her album Fever.
Yeah, the mother-in-law.
And also, it was Kylie Minogue's version of Locomotion that was in the credits for Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Those who know, well, those who know there, Thomas the Tank Engine know what I'm talking about.
Now this can actually get,
because her version of Locomotion came out in 1989, and when they were filming Thomas and the Magic Railroad in both Shepperton in the UK and Toronto in Canada, because they filmed all of the live action scenes in, I believe they filmed all of the live action scenes for that movie in Ontario because of film taxes, and all of the scenes, the scenes that were set in New York, as per usual, were filmed in Toronto because of the cheaper film taxes. Because all of the budget movies go film themselves in Canada because Canada has the cheapest film. I believe they have the cheapest film taxes in the world.
oh yeah, and we got all the landscapes.
Which is why I believe Canada has the most movies filmed per capita out of any other country in the world.
I should go find me an agent. How do you become like a movie star? That would be one hell of a job. I'll just make Bounty commercials or like Bud Light commercials. Could probably fit in like a Ford commercial somewhere. You know, I'm not biased. I'll even do a Dodge dealership commercial. I'm down.
I was subscribed to someone 3 years ago that made a viral video before 2010, and McDonald's Canada approached them about wanting to use that scene in a McDonald's commercial, but that ultimately fell through.
That would be awesome. Just be like a commercial star. Do 2 commercials a year for like 160 grand. So
Because could you imagine Mr. Beast in a McDonald's commercial?
yeah, I sure could. That'd be awesome.
It'd be awesome, but I wouldn't want to see it
No?
because I don't like the Mr. Beast clickbait.
I'd go to McDonald's so
But
fast.
he has enough clout where he can joke with Elon Musk, saying, "Hey, if you die, can I have Twitter?" And then Elon Musk said yes. But that wouldn't happen, because when Elon Musk eventually does buy Twitter, because I don't believe Elon Musk is buying Twitter outright. I believe he's buying a 90% stake or something.
Just enough to have absolute say in it.
Yeah, I believe he's trying to buy a 90% stake. So when that happens, if Elon Musk dies, those shares will be returned to the remaining 10% of Twitter investors. Because Jack Dorsey is gonna give up his shares, and whoever the CEO of Twitter is right now, he's gonna give up his shares because they want to get out of the Twitter business. And I've seen a lot of people just run away and quit Twitter because they don't want Elon Musk to be in control of Twitter. But I'm like, does it really matter? Can things get much worse than what Twitter already is? The only reason I'm on Twitter is because they allow hyperlinks, and also I like to retweet people about sport.
You know,
And-
we've already crossed this path. Donald Trump was president, and the world did not blow up. It's gonna be okay, guys.
Yeah, because people were saying when Donald Trump was in president, there was going to be World War III. People were saying, well, people are saying that when Elon Musk buys Twitter, there's going to be World War III. Come on, people.
Well, I don't want to talk about too much because it's your stream and your opinions and views might differ from mine. But I will say one thing that I did appreciate from Donald Trump was, when did any other president go to North Korea and talk to him? When did they go to Russia and talk to him? When did they go to China and talk to him? At least Donald Trump broke some of those barriers down and said, hey, let's have a conversation about politics and environment and economics and all that. At least he tried to get stuff going on. Everyone else just goes, ooh, China's so bad. Ooh, North Korea is so bad. No, they're not. They're just trying to do the same shit we're doing. So that's one thing I really liked about Donald Trump. Everyone can have their thoughts, opinions, and hate me for liking Donald Trump, but at least, in my mind, at least he went and tried to talk to some of these people.
He tried to reason with the cruelest people in the world, because I remember...
He's cruel, but...
Yeah, I remember after Donald Trump was elected, 2 years afterwards, when people started to feel the pain of his pinch and his incompetency with the media. There were some people saying that Donald Trump was the worst person ever to exist, forgetting that Stalin and the other Russian Kremlins and the other East Asian dictators and emperors and the UR existed. Like, Donald Trump is not worse than any of them.
Those people have their minds made up.
Donald Trump did a lot of really bad things, but he tried to be diplomatic with the worst people in the world.
And he tried to do Buy America.
And also, unlike other people I've seen run, because I've been keeping up with US politics on again, off again since Barack Obama was elected. The only person there's only been three POTUSes for me to talk about, but Donald Trump was the only one I saw that actually kept his promise during his campaign. He said he was going to build a wall. People thought he was crazy for wanting to build a wall. He built a wall. Why is he crazy?
Why is he crazy? You got a fence around your yard.
Yeah, because whether you think it was crazy or not, whether you disagree with him building
tall fences,
whether people disagree with him building the wall or not, at least, that was one of his campaign promises, and he kept that promise.
That was
I don't have a well enough informed opinion about the wall, so that's all I'm gonna say, because I just don't have an opinion. I'm not informed.
Me either, but I will say I did pay to put a fence around my yard, so that kind of says a little bit of something.
Yeah, and all of the actors in Hollywood who complained because all of the actors in Hollywood that were complaining that Donald Trump built a wall, they all have 8-foot high walls around their mansions.
Gates and gatekeepers and all that.
In Beverly Hills, and they all have a security guard in a checkpoint toll booth at their gates. Like, I think of who was it? There was a Family Guy episode where Peter Griffin was George Harrison's security guard at the Harrison mansion, and he was watching Charles in Charge. Peter was, and he let a criminal break into George Harrison's house.
So I don't know. I think humanity gets their hands up in the air and starts screaming, "Cry wolf" for nothing half the time.
Yeah, because
all the other real problems we just don't care about. Like,
when I'm on people's when I'm watching people's live streams, I like to go into the description to see what they have to say, see what they have to plug. If there's anything that piques my fancies, if they have a guest on the panel, they have a link to their YouTube channel, I think, hey, I might want to subscribe to these people. I might look in the description, see if there's a link. I always see no politics, no religion, keep it to Lego. And I think, well, I guess those people just don't want to have those those hard adult conversations.
Even if you don't like those conversations, like, I get they're touchy, but for me, maybe I learned something I didn't know. Maybe there's a different perspective I never thought about before. You know, like a lot of those conversations are just good old-fashioned, heartwarming debates. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because when I've gone on to other people's live streams and when other people have come on to my live streams, they've completely changed my opinion of a lot of things because I realize, oh, hang on, this actually makes sense. Or hang on, what I previously thought I was ill-informed. So I say thank you for helping me change my opinion for the better. I learned a thing or two. And
that's exactly
they know who they are, and I thank them for helping me learn in the process and become a better thinker. Because the more you know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe.
That's exactly how I feel, Mayo. It's a big ass world, and there's no way I'm gonna know, or even if I read it somewhere, I'm gonna remember all this stuff all the time. So I don't know. It's just good. And it's humbling. It's humbling to say, I don't know. I can be a better person. You made me think twice about something. Like, it's just good practice.
Yeah, because I think almost everyone in this live stream alone has taught me a thing or two and has changed my way of thinking. Because they gave me pieces of evidence to have a more informed opinion. And whenever I say I don't want to comment on something because I don't have a good enough or enough of a well-informed opinion, I welcome people to give me the opportunity to learn something, because I like to have informed. I like to give opinions about things. I like to give hot takes about things, but I like to use evidence, and I like to fact check and have reliable, valid sources before I go and claim something, because I don't want to end up looking like a jackass or a hypocrite.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to speak too much. I might have an opinion about something, but I'm not going to speak too much about topics that I don't know. For exact comment that you just said, I don't want to look like a jackass or a know-it-all. Nobody likes a freaking know-it-all or a smart ass all the damn time, right?
Yeah. So, oh yeah, here it is.
Like you're talking down to people.
So there's three sticker sheets. Two are clear. No, two are opaque backed, and one is clear backed. Because I think I said on my birthday live stream there's about 40. Is it 45? No, so there's 62 stickers. Oh, I just saw something very special in the chat. Long time no see, Buttchop 2021. Hey, Buttchop says, then you should not have said Trump made good on any campaign promises. Yeah, I don't like to give an opinion about Trump because I don't have enough of an I don't have a
Yeah,
will.
he didn't make good on any campaign promises. He just tried to do what he said he was going to do.
Yeah.
I
Because
like Trump because he's not a politician. They're all the same to me, to be honest. Like there's no one person that stood out to me that I was like, hey, they did a damn good job for the world, let alone America, but for the world. Like this is a better place because that person was president. There's not one president that I can say that about. There's not one.
yeah, and there's not one prime minister
Nope.
there's not one prime minister of Australia or Canada or the UK that I can point to and say, hey, there is a definitive way they made this country better because you're never going to be the whole country is never going to be happy with their politicians.
True statement. Yeah. What up, Butchop?
So I don't like to say this politician was bad or this politician was good because I just don't have the evidence. I just like to state facts.
Butchop says the
Because
border.
there's good and bad in everyone's. There's good and bad in 99% of politicians.
Well, if we all took the fence down around our house, we could have probably went from 428 miles to 1,954 miles. It just means I wouldn't have a fence around my yard.
Yeah, because Zissou says I absolutely despise Trump, but I'm still here lurking and interesting to hear each of your thoughts. See, no one's going to run away and chuck a hissy fit just because people talk about politics, because we're all adults here.
Yeah, they all screw up or they all do something stupid or humans are humans, but that's funny.
Because I'm not going to say that Scott Morrison or Boris Johnson or Justin Trudeau are good or bad prime ministers because I don't have a strong enough opinion about Scott Morrison or Boris Johnson or Justin Trudeau. I just don't have enough of an. I don't have the heart to say this is a good prime minister or this is a bad prime minister.
I think they're all the same. I would love to be a fly on the wall. I'd love to know the absolute, like, do they honestly care about the individual people like you, me, Butt Chop, Dusty Brick, Zizou? Like, do they care about the individual person? Or does it just come back to the big old cash grab and corporations and all that? Like, I don't know. But to me, all the politicians, every country, they all kind of seem the same. And then I got to look back at history over the last, 200, 300 years that mankind's documented history. Have the governments really cared about the individual people? Have they really watched out for our best interest? I don't know.
Most of the times, no. Most of the times, no.
So then I guess what I'd have to ask is, what is the personal motivation or what is the driving factor for choices, decisions? Is it just money, friends, power?
Buckchop makes a good point. No, they are controlled by corporation. Yeah, because you don't think cigarettes would be illegal if tobacco companies didn't actively lobby.
Yeah.
Like you don't think what was it? You don't think as many oil companies would still be in business if they didn't get subsidized taxes.
Exactly. You think we'd have middle aisles of the grocery store that's loaded up full of chemicals?
Exactly, Buttchop. That's why lobbyists exist. And normally I despise lobbyists and support activists.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because really the only types of lobbyists you hear in the media are the people lobbying to keep stuff that should be illegal still available to buy, like cigarettes and guns and other stuff like that.
Well,
Yeah,
that's a
there's
funny one, cigarettes.
pretty much in every forms of politics, you're bound to find corruption somewhere, whether it's big or small. Like The Simpsons do perfect satirical parodies of political corruption because they actively talk about how corrupt Mayor Quimby is.
Yeah,
That's a good point. Butler says because the people don't hold politicians accountable. Because if they did hold politicians accountable, they'd overthrow their leader and there'd be a revolution, just like when the French overthrew feudalism and they accepted a democracy because they weren't happy with their kings and queens.
Well, it'd be like back in the day, you bust out your pitchforks and you go take the king's head off. But nowadays, that's a good point, Butt Chop. People are blind. But let's say I know right from wrong, and let's say I'm not blind. Let's say I don't like something that the government's doing to me, my family, you, my friends, whoever. What am I going to do about it? What am I going to do? Write a letter to my MLA? Am I going to write a letter to the greedy politician who's screwing us? I don't know. We're in a time where things might change drastically with a good old revolt.
And nowadays, it's kind of like when you go to vote, you're just voting for the best of a bad situation.
You nailed it.
The best of a bad situation. So there's not and George Carlin, when he was doing stand-up comedy in the 90s, made a lot of good points when Bill Clinton was the president. One of his skits, he opened with the line, I don't do what the government tells me. And also he said everybody loves to complain about the politicians. Well, where do these politicians come from? They come from American homes, they come from American schools, they come from American churches. It's garbage in, garbage out. That's what politics seems like to me nowadays. It's garbage in, garbage out.
Well, there's a good point. Let's take Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. Donald Trump gets caught on camera on how he treats women. He says, hey, I got so much money, I can just go up and just grab them. All right. And all of a sudden people are like, oh no, what do you say? You can't treat him like that. Bill Clinton grabs her by the back of the head, pulls her under the desk, and we're like, hey, that Bill, he's a good guy. No, he probably didn't mistreat his secretary. He's a good guy. So already there's a double standard, like just within politics.
Yeah, so I just think, there's not much we can do about it, and we just have to try and live the best lives we can, and that's why we like to build Lego. Building Lego is a good escape from reality. I'm building Lego because there's stuff going on in my life right now that's bad, and I don't want to think about it.
And then that's the other one is, I guess maybe hindsight is, would we really ever know? So the only way you'd ever know is if Hillary Clinton won an election before or after, and what job Monica was into it. Yeah, any girl in a position of power would probably be into it until the cameras start rolling. Then she's like, I didn't know what I was doing. He took advantage of me. But
and to wrap up this conversation in a nice little bow, whether we care about politics or not, politics impacts our lives more than we impact politicians.
100%.
So we just have to make do and be the best people we can be. We like to build Lego. Other people like to make scale models.
Other people like to cook, do arts and crafts, do gardening, play sport, ride their bicycles, do exercise. Like there's a lot of different ways we can take a moment out of life, just take a deep breath, enjoy what we're doing, and just be at peace, be a state of zen. I like to build Lego because it makes me feel good. I like to watch people on YouTube like Macro and Buckchop and Dusty because it makes me feel good about myself. They like to support me and I like to support them because we all have mutual respect for one another. If we didn't, then we wouldn't be talking together.
The best way to deal with politics is to not think about it too much. Yeah, it affects our life, but this way or that way, it's always going to affect your life. You might as well just not think about it. To me, that's the best way to deal with politics. Just try to put it on the back burner. Yeah, I had 5.
Yeah, a butt chop for President 2024.
I must have done that. I'd vote
yeah, I'd vote for Butt Chop because it seems like Butt Chop knows how to hold people accountable, and we need more accountability these days.
Hey, there's a good one. Accountability and transparency. Maybe if the government had that, we wouldn't be bitching right now.
Yeah, maybe if Lego was more transparent about their dodgy business practices, we wouldn't have as much to complain about Lego.
Well, there you go. Look how much we complain about Lego and their dodgy business practices. Let's roll the government conversation.
Because we all know that Lego has dodgy business practices, but the good outweighs the bad, so we still buy it.
I feel like I'm missing a lot of parts right now.
And also, as a wise man once said, perfect is the enemy of the good.
Perfection is the enemy of the good?
Yeah.
So then what's mediocre? The heavens of earth?
Worse than good.
Okay, well, I do not have 6 of these pieces. I got 1. This, and I need 5 more. Got 5 more.
Anyway, as a sucker for colors like sand green and turquoise, I really like the amount of dark turquoise pieces that are in this set. I'm glad that we've got a dark turquoise brick separator rather than just the standard orange. And I'm very happy to see that they have the 1x5 by the 1x6x5 wall panels in this set. I always need more of these things. I need to do a $200 bricklink order just to get more of them to finish building my skyscrapers. Need to get more in white and dark bluish grey. I could probably use some in red and yellow as well. I'd like to have a red skyscraper and a yellow skyscraper.
That's right, Buttchop. Be true to yourself if you want to be happy. I think if you fake it, you're caught in that proverbial lie that just keeps exponentially growing and growing and growing, and you got to stay on top of it so much you can't even remember what you said to this guy, that guy. Now I'm stressing myself out because I'm just lying through my damn teeth all the damn time. No, man, you gotta be true to yourself. What do I care if people don't like me anyways? As long as I like myself.
Yeah, and if people don't want to, or if people like the Mayo Hosko channel, but they're not interested in having the adult conversations, there's other videos on my channel you can be watching right now to get your Lego satisfaction. Like probably the best videos I do on my channel are Mayo City updates, and they consistently get over 50 views per episode.
City updates is where it's at for sure.
Yeah, because
we're all Lego builders. We want to see Lego.
Yeah, because I think the overwhelming majority of my subscribers are only subscribed because of my live streams and my Lego City updates.
I watch Lego channels to watch people build Lego. I don't watch Lego channels to watch you cook crawfish. Like, what the hell is this?
I know what you're talking about.
I threw that.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh.
But it's true though, right?
I don't want to watch a Lego channel to talk about. Well, my daddy did this and my daddy did that.
Exactly. I'm here to watch people's creations and mocks and creativity with the same medium that I'm using. Medium? Whatever my English.
I don't want to watch people, honestly, I don't want to watch people talk about Transformers on a Lego live stream.
No,
if you want to talk about Transformers, go make a Transformers live stream. You can put it on your Lego channel. Just say, hey, we're not talking about Lego, we're talking about Transformers.
Mind you, I probably shouldn't talk too much because a lot of my streams and my stuff on my channel is not about Lego. But I try to have it relevant, at least somewhat relevant to Lego.
Yeah, if I'm not going to talk about Lego, I want to get my facts straight.
Okay, well, there's not.
So I've got to get more of the monorail track for this part of the build. So this is one of the end. This is one of the two ends because I've got to get the curved tracks.
One.
Oh, we're up to 9 people watching. Can we get to double digits? Yes, I have a similar philosophy. But Top says I subscribe to channels I want to, and do not sub to channels I don't want to. Yeah, because I was subscribed to people in the past, but then they changed their content, and I was like, I'm not interested anymore. So I'm just gonna unsubscribe. But I'll never unsubscribe from people like Macro or Buttchop or Dusting because they make relevant content. They may not do it. They may not do it every week or every month, but they keep it on topic.
I might not be graceful when I do it, but it's getting there. Okay, well, there's no way there's 5 of those in here. Oh,
because I really enjoyed it when Buttchop did his videos about his exhibit at one of the conventions in Milwaukee, was it?
That's definitely
and when I send out a bunch of minifigs to people in the community, Buttchop has such a big impact on me with the way that I got discovered, so to speak, doing his 72-hour community live stream. That put me on the map, and so I have mad respect for Buttchop.
Buttchop is definitely someone in Chicago that I'd love to sit down and have a big, tall, cold glass of Pepsi or Coke, or maybe you don't like the dark colas. Maybe you're a Sprite or 7-Up type of guy. I'm not sure. But definitely like to have a hop ski with you for sure, buddy.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if Buttchop 2021 is going to Brick Fair, Alabama, but I know that I'll be there, and people that do go to conventions, I'll ask them if they are going to Alabama because I'm going there.
Well, that's disappointing.
But with the conventions in the US, it's very regional. So, like, a lot of people on the East Coast will go to Philly. Apologize about that. A lot of people on the East Coast will go to Philly and Virginia. People in the South go to
Alabama. People in the Midwest go to Chicago. People on the Great Lakes will on the Western Great Lakes go to Milwaukee. People in the middle of the country go to the convention in Kansas in Kansas City. People in Texas go to Brick Rodeo. Los Angeles has their own convention. There's people in the Pacific Northwest go to Bricks Cascade. It's very difficult because the US is such a broad spanning country for everyone to go to everywhere because it takes a lot of travel commitments.
True that.
And so for example, where you are in Canada, the only conventions I could imagine you going to is either Brick World Chicago or Bricks Cascade. Of those that are located south of the border.
Even if they had one in Toronto, depends where it is in the States, it would be easier and better for me to go to the one in the States.
Yeah, because isn't Chicago more west than what Toronto is?
Yeah, a little bit. By a couple Great Lakes, I believe.
Yeah, because isn't Toronto on the northeast side of the Great Lakes, and Cleveland is on the southeast side of Lake Erie?
I couldn't tell you 100%, but I do know that Chicago is further west than Toronto.
Yeah, the reason why quarterbacks have never had big success with the Cleveland Browns and the Chicago Bears is because the wind coming off Lake Erie and Lake Michigan, the wind messes with the flight of the football at First Energy Stadium and Soldier Field. It messes with the wind, so that's why their running backs have always traditionally been better than their quarterbacks.
Well, yeah, when you run with the wind at your back, you're good to go.
But when you're throwing it into a cross breeze, you get a lot of inaccurate throws.
Yeah, not so much.
See, and I like sports, so I'm going to talk about sport if I want to. Other people say no sports, no sports, no sports.
Talking about sports isn't a problem. It's not like you're going, hey, I got a YouTube channel, but come watch me play NFL Madden 97 or something, right?
Yeah, because
just a conversation.
Because I'm not going to say, hey, come follow me on Twitter and watch me tweet about sports.
We all bait them into watching you build Lego.
But also, I do reply. I do retweet a lot of Brick Scene and London Bridge Bricks and Brother from Another Brick and Just Do Good and Brickzar's tweets because they're all on Twitter.
You named a bunch of great people right there.
And also, I like to do quote tweets because I like to give my opinion about what they're saying.
Well, Alabama's obviously
in a quote tweet. So that's why I do more quote tweets. I do more quote tweets than anything on Twitter. Yeah, so we've got the curved monorail track right there. Yeah, so hopefully we'll finish bag 5 before the end of the live stream. Buttrop says Brick Bunny's TV goes to Philly Brick Fest. I met them there. Right, no, isn't Brick Fair Alabama in January?
Yeah, Butchop's the guy to ask about that. He hits up a lot of those
Because traditionally, Brick Fair Alabama has been in January. Yeah, it's in 2023 Brick Fair Alabama at the Birmingham Convention Center is going to be on Saturday, January 14th. So I didn't know they were doing one in August. Thanks for that fact, Butt Chop. And also, whenever you do decide to schedule your 72-hour community live stream for 2022, I'll be the first one. I'll be the first one to sign up because I had an absolute blast last time, and I'd want to do a full 8-hour live stream.
And Butt Chop.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Butt Chop was talking about Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah, because
that criteria, Butt Chop, but I'll definitely help you out with time or monetary value if that's what it takes to do another 72 hour. It's all about the community, so that's what it takes.
Because Alabama is in January, Philly is in April. I think Brick World Chicago is what? Actually, no. Sorry. I think it's January for Alabama. I think it's March for Bricks Cascade in Oregon. I want to say, or is it Seattle? I can't remember where it is.
Seattle would be cool to go to.
Yeah. Then there's Philly in April. Is Brick World Chicago in June or July? I can't remember.
June 14th to like 18th or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. So Chicago in June, Virginia in August, and is it Bricks LA that's in November, I want to say.
What?
I want to say there's one in the greater Los Angeles area in November or December. I can't remember which month.
Blue Bricks, you call that clutch power? Come on.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Virginia and Philly because I'm subscribed to a lot of people on the East Coast. I think Butt Chop 2021, Buick Sloth, and Buick Trains are about the only people I'm subscribed to in the Midwest.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be great times because I'll make effort to go to as many of them as I can.
But definitely the majority of people in the entirety of YouTube who I'm subscribed to is either on the East Coast or the Deep South of the US.
Oh, yes, that's true, unless we jump right over to like the West Coast connection. But there's not a whole lot of in between before you get to the West Coast, is there?
Because you have to go, you have to go through the American Rocky Mountains and the Arizona desert before you get to California, Oregon, and Washington State.
I mean, Kodiak Bricks jumps out at me from Utah, but other than that, I don't know who else is in that region.
Well, Alex Nunes lives in the greater area of Salt Lake City. Okay. They're the only two people I know from Utah. Ninja with the Bricks, who was in the chat earlier, lives in Riverside County, California, and Merit Videos, who was in the chat earlier, I think he's from the county northwest of Riverside County in California. Doc Sampson lives in Seattle. I think no more Bricks lives in Oregon, I want to say. I can't remember which one of the. I can't remember if he lives in Oregon or Northern California.
Who's that? No More Bricks?
Yeah, No More Bricks. Those are the. Oh, also,
The one there's gotta be
AFOL TV lives in Los Angeles, and I think Agents of Mock lives in the greater area of Los Angeles. Those are the people from the West Coast that stand out to me. And then Just Too Good and M&R Productions are the most famous people in the community. Florida. And I remember when Just Too Good on the Just Too Food channel complained that there's not enough Krispy Kremes. There's too much Dunkin' in Florida.
Too much Dunkin' and not enough crispy, eh? Okay.
Yeah, because in Australia all we've got is Krispy Kreme, and thank God for that. Because from what I hear, Krispy Kreme is superior to the Dunkin' Donuts.
I know when we go on vacation in the States, we're always looking for the Krispy Kreme.
Because Canada has Tim Hortons, that out of all the donut franchises, Tim Hortons by far have the best coffee, is what I hear.
I've never tried the other coffees in Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kreme. I've tried their donuts, but that's about it.
And from what I hear, Dunkin' coffee outsells Dunkin' Donuts. That's why Dunkin' Donuts changed their name from Dunkin' Donuts to Dunkin', because their coffee actually outsells their donuts.
That's funny. I did not know that.
And the reason why Domino's Pizza changed their name to Domino's is because they diversified their menu when they did an overhaul of their board of directors about 7 years ago.
Now their breadsticks are making them more money than their pizza?
Well, I think pizza represents less than 50% of all Domino's sales now, which is why they changed their name from Domino's Pizza to Domino's.
Jeez, there's a bunch of these.
So putting in a lot of big stickers inside of the wall panels right now. So that's done. Now I'm going to put some arches on top. About 37 minutes to go in the live stream, and then we'll call it a day.
Nice.
And after dinner, I've got to go do some homework. So I'll do my homework when Tasman Bricks and Adore Build is doing their live streams. And before that, I'll listen to some episodes of Hauling and Bowling in the lead up.
I got to go to work in the morning.
Supposed to be another arch. Where's the other arch? It's hiding somewhere. Where are you?
2, 4, 6, 8. Hey, now we're getting somewhere.
Where was that arch piece? It's a big hunking piece. I shouldn't have lost it.
Under your instruction manual?
This is annoying.
Yeah, I hate looking for parts. I don't got the character mentality to go looking for parts. It drives me.
And it's a big hunking arch piece. It can't get lost that easily. That's ridiculous. It's a big hunking 1x8x2 arch brick.
You didn't put it on the model already, did you?
No, there's supposed to be 2. I've already put 1, but I can't find the other. So
what color is it? White or gray?
Yeah, it's in white.
Let's see what's on your finger. Lift up your book.
Yeah, I already lifted it up. It's not there, so I'm gonna have to go to my. I'm gonna have to go get a substitute. That's annoying. So I'm gonna turn off my camera so I can squeeze under the table. I know I'll find it eventually.
It always shows up at the end, unless the Lego forgot to put it in there.
Yeah, it's not under the instruction book. So annoying.
Yeah, I don't mind missing like a 1x2 tile and finding it later. I get that one, but when it's a big piece like that, I agree, man. I go nuts. The WTF starts rolling off the end of my tongue.
Oh, if it's going to be if I can find a substitute anywhere, it's going to be here.
Okay, so now I need a 4.
Oh, I don't have a substitute.
Oh, I mean, you gotta look harder now. Yeah.
Fuck.
4.
Oh.
Oh yeah, right there. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, I'm such a chatterhead.
I'm trying to see if it dropped on the floor. It's not there.
Found them. I'm taking my Lego dick back.
I don't think it'd be there. Or it. What if it's here? Little bitch, here. I might have one here in this floor. Come on, get out of there.
Damn, I don't know what you're looking for, but this is entertaining.
No. The substitute there. It's too difficult to put back. No, wouldn't it be there?
Hey, Buttchop, have you solidified your accommodations for where you're staying at Brick World Chicago? Maybe.
I think when I go to Alabama, I'm going to stay in the Sheraton Hotel on the site of the convention center.
That's what
just so that I don't, because I'm willing to pay the extra money for an upscale hotel like a Sheraton over something like a Marriott, which is a little bit more affordable, because I don't want to have to walk as far around.
I was going to say, if you save money and not go on site, then you're just spending that money on a taxi cab to get to site every day.
Or I have to spend time walking to the convention center.
Yeah, I don't mind walking. That's free.
But it takes up a lot of time, and I prefer to have that energy to be in the public day of the convention. Not have to worry about, when I leave, I'm going to have to walk 1,000 miles.
Yeah, especially at the end of the day.
Around the city of Birmingham.
Or when you're hungry.
I'd imagine Birmingham has more than 50,000 people, because legally in the US, a city has to have more than 50,000 people. That's what I heard.
Oh, that was many, many, many steps ago. Well, you know what? If I can't tell, I'm just gonna leave.
Or is it still in the bag? Maybe it's still in the bag.
Yeah, that's always a nice one if it's.
Oh yeah, there it is. It was still in the bag. Phew!
Yes, I love looking for a piece for 25 minutes, only to find it still in the darn bag, eh?
Luckily, it only took me about 7 minutes to go searching for this thing. Okay,
at least it wasn't 4 hours.
Now we're back on track. Now we hopefully will have smooth sailing for the last half hour of the live stream.
Could you imagine, Mayo, if that took you 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 17 seconds to find that?
Oh yeah, that'd be a doozy.
That'll be a Debbie Downer for sure.
I only got 5 hours of sleep last night, and I haven't needed to drink a Mountain Dew to get through this. I've been so excited to build all of this stuff. Get the Boba Fett starship. I mean, Slave One finished build, and get some more progress done on the city of Lanterns. It feels good to make progress on this thing because it warrants. Because now that I finally built Boba Fett starship. Those pieces aren't in my way, so now I can have all the pieces I need for building the City of Lanterns on the table.
Oh, did I screw something up?
Buttchop says, "I've never slept in my entire life." That's such a Buttchop thing to say. I love it. And I'll be the first person to sign up for the 2022 72-hour community live stream. I'll be the first one to sign up. And you know what? I quite like in these months that have 4 Saturdays, not 5, to do the first 3 Saturdays be a 4-hour live stream, and then the last Saturday of the month be an 8-hour live stream. I kind of like that format. Yeah, I need my beauty sleep, but when I have a reason to wake up in the morning, sleep isn't as important to me. I have a reason to wake up in the morning every Saturday, particularly while the US is in daylight saving and I'm not. But for the time being, at least for a couple of years before they reverse their decision in Congress, just like what they did in the early 70s, the US is going to be permanently 1 hour forward. If people didn't know, and me and Macro were talking about this last. We were talking about this last Saturday. We were talking about it might have been on your live stream. I can't remember who it was. We were talking about, does the 1 hour really matter? People have lived their whole lives with extreme lightness or extreme darkness, and then I said, it all depends on where you grow up in the world, and the way people's bodies act differently when it's 12 p.m. but the sun isn't directly above. And we had a good conversation with people in the comments about that, because there was a variety of opinions. It was a real think tank, I believe.
I agree, Zizou. I actually set my alarm.
So because right now, if I want to do these live streams at 9 p.m.
Never been woke, but John.
At 9 p.m. Eastern in North America, that means I have to start this live stream at 10:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Now, when I go into daylight saving, I'll start this at 11:30. But for the time being, since the US is going to be permanently 1 hour forward because they are going for the economics rather than the human biological side of what daylight saving is for. When it's winter time, the sun isn't going to be directly above their heads at 12 p.m. It's going to be where the sun would normally be at 11 o'clock instead.
That's okay, but then I don't have to get up an hour early.
Yeah, which means that people are going to be going to work in parts of America in the dark, but then drive home in the daylight. I feel really sorry for people on the most western parts of the 4 time zones in continental North America, because I know people in states like Indiana where
Bruixloff lives, which is on the western edge of the Central Standard Time. Or no, it's on the western edge of the Eastern Time, but in the state next to Indiana, west of Indiana, that's the most eastern part of the Central Standard Time.
Well, funny about that, we sprung ahead in, I don't know, beginning of May or something like that, April. But now it's light out at like 5 in the damn morning. I'm still trying to sleep.
Yeah, that's because of Canada's extreme northern
Size.
latitude.
Extreme size.
Daylight saving is a real mess, and it's hard to manage because of how north Canada is of the equator. It's much harder to manage daylight saving than it is countries like Australia and the US, which are in between 20 to 40 degrees north or south of the equator. So it's easier to manage daylight saving. So when I go into daylight saving, all throughout that period, I will consistently start my live streams at 11:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning. So technically, when you think about it, now that the US for a little while is going to be staying in daylight time, that means that technically standard time doesn't exist in America for the foreseeable future. So it wouldn't be fair to call it on national TV schedules standard time. You can only refer to it as daylight time because that's what it is. So I'll be looking out for when I watch YouTube videos of American television and it's in winter and they say, oh yes, X, Y, and Z reality TV show or news program starts at so-and-so Central, Eastern, blah, blah, blah. If they say standard, I'm going to say, hold the phone. You're not in standard, you're in daylight.
Hold the phone.
So that's going to be difficult for the script writers at the television and radio networks to wrap their head around. So they'll probably just say Eastern. Instead, they won't say standard time or daylight time. They'll just say Eastern or Central or Mountain or Pacific and not say standard or daylight.
It'll be interesting to see how that works.
That's what they'll have to do to make things simpler. Because it's going to be a totally new schedule that the US is going to have to get adjusted to. Which means that in the second half of the NFL season, instead of it starting at 4:30 a.m., it's going to start at 3:30 a.m. Because when the NFL season starts for me, which is in September, we're still in standard time. So the NFL starts at 2:30 a.m. When we are in daylight saving and North America is in daylight saving, the NFL starts at 3:30 a.m. This is all on a Monday morning. But now that the US isn't doing standard time anymore, they're staying in daylight time. That means when I go into daylight savings, that's going to be the new time that's going to be the new time when the NFL games for me start 1 hour later, and they'll stay in that. So that means that properly for the first half of the season, all games will start at 2:30 a.m. And for the second half of the season, all games will start at 3:30 a.m. on a Monday morning. And because I'm an NFL fan, I like it when my university classes aren't on a Monday. I like that.
and I like it when I don't have to work on Monday, so I can spend the Monday graveyard shift watching the Philadelphia Eagles with Jalen Hurts or the Denver Broncos with Russell Wilson. So I'm going to have to get adjusted to that whole new schedule. So the reason why people weren't in favour of abolishing standard time was because it messed too much with the schedule. We'll see how it is, and we'll see if the US reverses their decision like when they did this same trial in the early 70s. Because it's not a new concept for the US to stay in daylight saving. It's not a new concept. It's been done before, and it's been done again about 50 years. Well, yeah, exactly 50 years later.
Stop saying the word time. Nobody wants to hear time. I agree, Chop. I don't like the conformity and the constraints of time.
Let's do time warp again.
Damn jobs. Damn jobs always get in the way of my free time. Sorry, Chop. I said it again. Damn jobs always get in the way of my hobbies.
Let's take up some more time, shall we? Another 18 and a half minutes. Yeah, we should be able to get back. I've done.
In general.
I could have done bag. I could have done bag 6 if I wanted to, but don't have enough time given the constraints of my schedule, of my regularly scheduled program, because we've been having too many good conversations. Oh, where's one of those? A 1x1 trans red tire just went flying. Luckily, they include extras of the 1x1s.
Damn, I gotta go to bed after this.
Yeah, because
I should probably eat some food and then go to bed.
Because it'd be what 10:43 in Calgary.
Yes, sir, it is.
See, if you were in the Eastern time, you would have already been in bed right now.
Oh yeah, it'd be like 10, 12:40. It'd almost be 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, because I don't think we have anyone right here in the Eastern time because Butt Chop is in the Central time.
So 3, 4.
Yeah, I'll probably have to have a power nap before I start doing my homework. Actually, I quite like doing homework on a Saturday night because I can listen to 2 episodes of Hauling and Bowling, and then I can catch some of the live streams. I think it's a good formula for me because I like to be entertained while I'm bored as hell trying to get my work done.
There you go. I'll be listening to
put the layer of tiles on top, and we've got there's another sticker as well. See, as a mock builder, I don't get mad at the stickers because I know that with stickers, if I want to part out, if I want to part out set, I don't have to put the stickers on if I don't want to.
Yeah,
if I was purely a set builder and I didn't make mocks at all, then I'd be more likely to complain about the stickers. But I'm going to be doing some heavy modifications of this to fit into my city.
Okay, we're looking for some parts and pieces.
I'm not interested in the monorail track of this set whatsoever. I'm only interested in making that strip mall configuration that they have on the website and on the back of the box. Yeah, we got that. Hopefully there's no more stickers for the rest of this bag. Yeah, I think we've had a consistent half dozen people watching for the past 2 hours or so. So once again, keeping up that new average of half a dozen people. I still remember when I only averaged a quarter of a dozen people. So I'm finally glad. I'm glad that in the past 2 months we've been able to double the average view count, which has been nice. Which means more watch time hours for me. And that's because in the past, I think 4 months we've gained 100 subscribers, which is just insane. I want to say it's been, or it might have been 3 months, not 2, that we've gained 100 subscribers. Considering
Johnny G's asking you a good question.
Yeah, what am I studying? I'm studying applied geographical information systems because I want to become a cartographer. I want to work with maps. I want to work for maybe a municipality and maybe in an urban town planning division, designing the road layout of new housing estates or whatnot, mapping out the plans about where they want to put their new parks, where they want to plant their new trees, where they want to allocate their new car parks, etc. I'd love to be in a job like that, or I would love to digitally create maps. That would be another career that piques my interest.
I'm a night owl too, Zizu. Only when I'm not working, though. Like even right now, I'm probably up a little too late than I normally would be when I got to get up in the morning. And the only reason I got to work tomorrow is because I didn't feel like going to work today. I woke up today and I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm just going to sit here in bed until 10 o'clock. And I was like, I'll just go and work on Saturday. It's just a day. Saturday, Sunday, whatever. It's just another day.
If we slope it like, actually, no. Yeah, it has to be sloped like that. Okay, cool.
Me too, Dustin. I spend hours looking at old maps. Well, I'm still lost. I'm still trying.
We have a world atlas, and I could easily spend 15 minutes browsing through that at a time, trying to jog my memory about where certain cities are in this country, Australia, the US, France, Japan, Germany, Italy, all those. Did I say Germany? All those places. Because sometimes I forget where they are in the world. But that's what Google Maps and Apple Maps are for nowadays. Oh, crap. We've got to put 2 more round stickers. So there's our stickers 49 and 48. So they're not here. There must be these ones. So I was wrong. We do got to put more stickers. And round stickers are always my least favourite to put on. Some people will say stickers inside of the wall panels. I say stickers on round tiles.
I don't mind stickers on the inside of the wall panels because you got the one, you can always line it up on the one edge. I actually like bigger stickers. I hate small stickers.
Yeah, because like
I know it's not where Lego wants you to put it, but it accepting that my stickers inside of a wall panel is not going to be centralized, so I just put them. I just line them up along the edge just so that I don't lose my. I don't go insane. And I know my sticker placement is not the best, but it's good enough for me.
Stickers in general are horrible.
Okay, so
I did see
crap!
one of those.
Yeah, I turned off my. I still had my camera turned off by accident. Well, to be fair, I was building stuff behind the camera anyway. So this is what we built after I found that elusive arch. Really just built everything on top of here. So I've got that layer of tiles, which is good because that means I just have to put on a few things to brace some connections. And I think where does this go? Yeah, so this we've got to rotate this to be here. That should snap on. Where does this snap on? This snaps on here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. And we got to get some 2x2 dark turquoise tiles to brace the connection and link the tracks together. So now the module is getting bigger. So, yeah, that goes on the outside. There's a few. They're going to put some more lanterns underneath the track, and then that'll be done.
And new maps have way too many streets, though. Oh, yeah, they're extra confusing. New map, I won't even be able to find my way out of a circle.
I can find my way out of a circle because I read way too many maps.
I'll say what?
Okay, I've lost a trans red minifig head.
It's in the bag.
It probably is. I hope it is.
Although
Yeah, you were 100% correct. It was.
Nice. It's always nice we don't have to go looking for 20 minutes.
Well, Macro Bricks is psychic confirmed.
No, I've just done it so many damn times. I know how it is.
Yeah. Macro Bricks was correct. It was still in the bag. Ugh. I don't know how to empty my bags properly. But anyway, that's the last. Though building the lamps underneath the tracks is the last parts of bag 5, and so now I'm gonna call it a day. So I've got to remember page 119 for when I continue building this next Saturday in Australia, next Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, as always in North America. So,
Forward to tuning in.
Yeah, and Merritt just got back in time for me to do our goodbyes. So thanks for coming back again, everyone. Don't forget to leave a like on the live stream if you haven't done so already, to tell YouTube that people want to watch my videos. We have finished building the Boba Fett starship in the live stream today.
I just want to point out that I'm still awake. I'm not slurring my speech on a Friday night. Just want to point that out.
Got both of the builds built and the minifigs built as well. We have built sets, built bags 4 and 5 of the City of Lanterns. I've showed off the
the pick-a-brick cups and the minifig with the builder minifig packs with my pigs that I'm going to be doing something with them that only my Patreon supporters know about. So if you want to know what I'm going to do with those pigs, feel free to click the link in the description and pledge to me on Patreon so that you can get that exclusive information that only my Patreon supporters get. And I have to be very careful not to leak out any secrets, because otherwise my patrons wouldn't be getting good value for their money. So if you want to, if you want to show your monetary support for the Mayo Hosko channel, the best way to do that is to pledge to me on Patreon. Anyway, this is done for the day, so I'm gonna temporarily get this out of my view. I'm gonna move my chair or my desk chair forward. I'm gonna relay everyone who was in the chat today. So we had StreamYard, obviously, Clicking Cliff, Macro Bricks, who has been on the panel for the past 3 hours or so, Johnny G, who's still here, Merit Videos, who just came back, Johnny, you say, Daniel Breeder, Zissou, who's still here. We had Douglas McBricken. Stupid Google Plus glitches means that I can't see his comments. Do better, YouTube, or do better, Google. Axel Plate, Dusty Bricks, who's still here. Kevin Creamer, The Carbinator, Ninja with the Bricks. It's good seeing him again.
What up, Ninja?
Hot Chop 2021, who's still here.
That's a lot of tiles on there.
And there's been a consistent chat all throughout this live stream, so it's good that we've been sparking some good conversations. And that was everyone. So thank you for all showing up to this live stream today. Don't forget that all of my live streams I do at the same time. They're regularly scheduled. If you're following me on Instagram, you'll know that I always do a countdown in my Instagram stories. So if you're not already following me on Instagram, go and follow me. Help me get to 200 followers. And also, when we get to 400 subscribers on the Mayo Hosko channel, I'll let you guys decide: do you want me to build the Daily Bugle or the UCS Luke's Land Speeder? If we can get to 450 subscribers, as soon as we get to 400 subscribers, I will build the Daily Bugle and the UCS Luke's Land Speeder in back-to-back months, which means that there won't be a wait. So there won't be a wait, just as long as everyone else who is already subscribed helps promote my channel, either by sharing my content or word of mouth. I always get around different places, so I always see my subscriber count go up a little bit. But I get the most explosive uptick in subscribers is when you, the awesome viewer, likes to share my videos, spread the word, get your friends to subscribe to me. And when we hit certain subscriber milestones, we can build some awesome UCS and direct-to-consumer sets on the Mayo Hosko channel. Thank you, Macro Bricks, for being a guest panelist today. As always, we always do these live streams at 11 a.m. Eastern on a Saturday morning in Australia, which is 9 p.m. Eastern on a Friday night in North America, which is 2 a.m. on Saturday morning in the British Isles, which is 3 a.m. in Europe on a Saturday morning. So if there's anything you want to say, Macro, before we leave, if there's any projects you've got going on your channel or social media, feel free to say anything before we head on out of here.
I just want to say thanks to the chat. You guys make a great show. Yeah, help us get some conversations going. And I want to say thanks to you, Mayo, for having me on. Much appreciated.
Awesome, short and sweet. Don't forget to follow Macrobricks on Instagram and subscribe to him on YouTube. People might not know, but he's also on Twitter as well. And so yeah, so we got Macrobricks to 500 followers. Then next step is 1,000. And don't forget to follow me on Instagram because we've got to get to 200 followers. I'll do something special for my Instagram followers when we get. You know what? Here's a promise. When I get to 200 followers on Instagram, I will do my first Instagram live. I've never done an Instagram live. I have only been guest appearances on other people's Instagram lives, like when I talked to Nicole last night. So when we get to 200 followers on Instagram, I'll do my first Instagram live. How about that as motivation to help me get to 200?
Nice.
Anyway, have a good rest of your weekend, Macro. You've got your live stream as always, because you do regularly scheduled live streams. I do regularly scheduled live streams. We're a partnership, and we're good friends. It's been nice talking to you. It's been nice talking to everyone in the chat as well. Thank you for watching this live stream. I'll see you in the next live stream. See you in the next short, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you for watching. You guys have been awesome. Now, let's roll the credits.
Take care, gang.
End live stream.